Awesome. Now we're going to go right into our training today. We're looking at teacher archetypes. Teacher archetypes. The archetypes model isn't limited to teaching alone. It's a model that is applied in organizations across different sectors. But we're going to use the educational sector, particularly with the mindset of a teacher, to really unpack this whole idea of archetypes. Now, this is my first slide, because I actually delivered this training on the 6th of March, 2021. This was the slide I used. This is 3 years ago that I delivered this training to a group of, I think we had about close to 80 teachers on the call. So it was for my friend's school teaching sort of consult program that she had running, and this was one of the modules that was covered, and we had an exciting time, and I'm sure that that's what's going to happen as well today. And for those of you watching the recording or watching the replay, please tune in, minimize the distractions, because there's so much to learn. Now, I kept this slide up to emphasize the point of being consistent in what it is that you do, what it is that you believe in. Keep growing in it. So I'm really pleased that I'm able to deliver this teaching again 3 years after. And it was a game changer, a mind opener. And even now, as I have been preparing for it, I've learned so much. There's so much growth to be had within whatever it is that you are doing, whatever skill that it is that you have. Keep at it, work at it. Growth happens beautifully when you are consistent with what it is that your hands find to do. Okay, so this was 3 years ago, so I'm going to go on to my next slide. But at this point that we have more people in our room, I'm going to give a special shout out. Mr. Ezenwa Onyema. Can you please unmute yourself, Mr. Ezenwa?
Okay, ma. I've done that, ma.
Awesome. I want to give a special shout out to you. I logged on at 9:47, and the moment I logged on, I saw you in the room. You were the first person to arrive. I applaud you, Mr. Onyema.
Thank you.
I acknowledge you. Awesome.
Thank you, ma.
And whilst we're speaking, I want to know you some more, because we're going to interact today, right? We're going to know each other some more. So I want you to please tell me 4 things. Your name, your role within OSTRA, your side hustle. I want to know your side hustle or your hobby, and what it is that you have learned so far this year. We've had 3 trainings already. This is our 4th training. I want to know what it is you have learned so far. So over to you, Mr. Onyema.
Okay, ma. Thank you, ma. I'm really excited to be the first person to speak.
Yes.
Okay. My name is Onyema Ezenwa. I teach mathematics in the junior section of OSTRA Heights, the annex.
Awesome.
But within these 3 seminars that has taken place, the one that I must mention particularly is the last one, the one on communication. The communication. Wow. I really learned a lot in that seminar. I learned that it is important to document everything that happens within your environment. Documentation is key. That's one of the things I learned recently.
Yes.
And I'm really grateful.
Wow. Your side hustle, do you have a side hustle or a hobby?
Okay. I'm into business. I'm into buying and selling. I sell things.
Wow.
Sell things.
What do you sell? I want to buy.
I want to buy what I sell.
Yeah. Wow. I want to patronize you.
Okay. I'm into clothing.
Oh, nice.
Yes, ma'am.
That is amazing. Once again, thank you so much for being the first person to log on to this call. And I like what you said about documentation. Documentation. Even the Bible in Habakkuk 2 teaches us to write the vision and to make it plain that he may run who reads it. You know, my inner team members, some of whom are on this call, know that I'm all about documentation, documentation, documentation. If God Himself gave us the written word to run with, how much more we, His children? So I hope that you have your notebooks, you have a place to write. It is
Yes,
very
ma'am.
important, right? Because yes, we have our phones and all of that. I love my
Yeah.
phone. I use both devices or both tools. Pardon me. I use my phone. I use my laptop as electronic means, but I also write. See me, I'm writing. Once I saw Mr. Onyema was the first to log on, I wrote Mr. Ezenwa Onyema. So yes, I'm glad that from the communications training, you really picked that up. As a teacher, you document things, you put reports together, write your observations, know your numbers, know your children. There's so much that needs to be documented that you may run and others too can run with that. Fantastic. Now, another shout out that I need to make as we have more people joining the room, which is what I'm also after because I want us to be a full house as we go into it. Esther Emmanuel, Miss or Mrs. Esther Emmanuel, could you please unmute yourself? Esther Emmanuel, where is Esther? Yes, I can see you, Esther. You were the second person to come in shortly after Mr. Onyema. I think you came in around 9:50. You were in the room by 9:50. So I acknowledge you. Now, just as Mr. Onyema has done, I want us to know you as well. Those four things, which Mrs. Aneyo has put in the chat room so we can all remember. When you introduce yourself throughout the course of today's training, you're going to tell me those four things: your name, your role, your side hustle, and what you have learned so far from the past 3 trainings that have been held. So Esther, over to you.
Okay, ma. I'm Emmanuel Lester by name, and I'm a business study teacher and civic education teacher in OSTRA School, Annex to be precise. My side hustle is fashion.
Wow.
I'm into fashion. I make dresses.
Okay.
And one thing I've learned so far is how to communicate effectively. I get to learn that the way you present your information, that's the way the other party is going to receive it. Like if you present it in a mild tone, the other party will pacify it and get the meaning. But if you present it in a harsh tone, the other person is likely to misinterpret your information.
Yes.
That's one key point I learned from the last seminar.
Yes. Wow.
That is the presentation of your information, where you present it, the manner in which you present your information.
Yes. That is amazing. The world would be a much better place if people can be more intentional about how it is they communicate. How we present what it is we have to say is so important. It is a continuous learning exercise for all of us to be more intentional in the tone that we use. It matters a whole lot. And I've noticed that our 2 speakers thus far, Mr. Onyema and Ms. Emmanuel, have talked about the previous training on communication because naturally your memory remembers that previous training, which is why it is important we keep learning. We just stay at it. We keep at it so that our mind is refreshed and these things remain top of mind over the course of time. Thank you, Miss Esther. Thank you, Esther.
Thank
So
you.
good to hear from you and to know more about you and what you do. And the same side hustles, fashion, clothing. Okay. I hear you. So we have more people in the room. Amazing. We're 53 now. Awesome. I'm going to go back to sharing my screen. So for those of us who just joined in, you are welcome. I previously shared a screen where I showed that I had this training 3 years ago, and today I'm excited to be, delivering this training as well, and this time with a different slant to the topic. This time around, it's the goal is identified. The goal here is maximum impact. I want you to be able to harness your teacher archetype. And for you to harness your teacher archetype, you need to discover your teacher archetype, which is what today's training is about. Okay, now I think it is important that we identify our goals for today. Because if you don't have a vision, this will just be a gathering. We've just gathered. Oh, they said we should come for training. I'm here. Or they said we should show our video. I'm showing my video. Okay, end of story. No, there's much more to it than that. You must have a goal for you being here. Even in this year, 2024, what is your goal for this year? One thing about goals, keep it simple. Keep it simple. For me, I keep it simple to one goal. This year, I just have one major goal. That's it. No more, no less. Any other goals I achieve in the course of time, all well and good. But I have one goal. I like to keep it simple. I like to keep it smart. I'm sure most of us have heard of SMART goals. But it's important that you have a goal for today. Having a goal is like having a vision. Having somewhere it is that you are sort of working towards. I've identified a number of goals for us today. If you can only pick one goal, that's good. Today, there's going to be discovery. Your goal for today can be, okay, I want to discover what is this archetype thing that Dr. Alo wants to teach us today. That can be your goal. Another person's goal may be, okay, I want to own it. I want to understand my archetype and I want to own it. A lot of successful people in the world today are people that have owned their archetype. Elon Musk, for example, he knows his archetype and he owns it. Your goal may be, I want to change positively. I want to unlearn so I can relearn. That may be your goal. Yours may be one of aspiration. You may hear one of the archetypes today and think, okay, I want to aspire to this archetype because I like the sound of this. Another goal for today is, I just want to interact with my colleagues. I want to network with my colleagues, or I want to get to know Dr. Alo some more, or I want to get to know Mr. Oderinde some more. I want to have fun. That's one of my goals for today. I want to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. Allow me to enjoy myself. This life. Now one. Let's enjoy it. As we dey work, we dey play. Yes, we have fun. In your classrooms, have fun. Another goal may be, you want to build. You want to build yourself. You want to grow. You want to grow. You want to grow, and you want you want to have the toolkit to enable your growth. This is actually a driving force behind OSTRA Consult.
The video I'm not seeing.
For us to grow. So please make sure you identify your goals. Now, once you've identified your goals, at least one goal, I want you to go to the chat room and type it out for me because I'm going to be reading our chats. So let me know, what is your main goal? I'm sure all of this may seem exciting. Just choose one. I want to know the priority. What is your main goal? Please drop it in the chat room. I'm going to come back and read it. So please type out your main goals for today. Okay, so I'm going to go on to the next slide. Now, I put the next slide there to show growth. When I delivered this training 3 years ago, this was a slide I put on gold. But today, before this session, I prepared this particular slide. It is growth. It looks nicer. The template is nicer. Growth has taken place from 3 years ago, being at the same thing, but expanding my knowledge base, learning more about the use of PowerPoint, more more functional presentation decks, more appealing presentation decks. Growth has happened between 3 years ago. This was the March 2021 and now April 2024. Now, okay, actually, now I'm on this now. Now we're going to look at the context. And the first thing I have here is appreciations. We're getting warmed up now. We're going to go into it very soon. So I'm going to stop share at this. Let me change the view. And I have some other shout outs that I want to do. I think my mom is on now. I'm looking for my mom. Mommy, wait, Mommy, please, can you unmute yourself? Yes, I knew when she logged on.
Yes, I struggle quite a bit, but I'm here. Good morning,
you know, Mommy, that's just what I admire so much. In this digital age, many people your age are not savvy at all, but you keep pushing. I know one of your goals for OSTRA this year is digitalization, and you are leading from the front. You are leading from the front. Though you struggled, somehow you make sure I'm going to get in on this call, and you are here fully prepared. Your video is showing you're wearing the OSTRA Consult top. Mommy, I acknowledge you.
Thank you.
And you know, as I always say, Mommy, I am because you are. You gave birth to me. I am here today. You've given me this platform to be able to showcase my expertise, to interact with the staff, and to teach. So I thank you from the depths of my heart. I am grateful, Mommy. Thank you so much, Mommy.
Thank you, because I'm always very proud of you, and I'm proud of you always. Thank you.
Thank you, Mommy. And you know, everyone, Mommy actually paid for this training. She paid for this training. She advertised the training, and her friends even paid as well. Again, leading from the front. We are blessed. We are blessed, super blessed to have my mother as our leader. Thank you so much once again, Mommy. Okay, so another...
Hello, please.
Thank you.
Please, Dr. Olu, can I come in here, please?
Yes, you can, sir.
Okay, please, everybody, good morning once again.
Good
please,
morning.
If you are here, let your video show.
Yes.
If the video is not showing, if for any reason you cannot show a video, call your HOD. Your HOD explain if it's okay by the HOD. I'm okay.
Yes.
As long as you are here, please, your video. We want to take this serious. So if for any reason you are here, and for that any reason why you cannot show your video, let your HOD know now. And if it's approved, I'm okay with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Uncle James. You know, I was trying to find your video so I can add your pin. I acknowledge you as well, Uncle James. Thank you so much for everything that you do for us in OSTRA schools. We are so grateful, so grateful. Mrs. Amomo, shout out to you. Lady D, shout out to you as well. Everyone behind the, in the organizing committee of OSTRA Consult, you are appreciated. Okay, now I want to go to the chat room and see what are our goals for today. Okay. Wow, amazing. Mrs. Amata Sarah, you said growth mindsets. You want to build, you want to grow. Ms. Ugoji, interaction, networking, building and growing. Mr. Komalafe said, I like the explanation. To improve myself better than what I have attained presently, and be more relevant to my world. This is what we're talking about. Thank you, sir. Miss Onyemelukwe, your goal is to build growth. Mr. Echendu, build as well and growth. Mr. Ikena, to grow and develop myself towards my career. If you don't mind me calling your first names, Esther, my goal is to build, to grow, to change and aspire. I said, you people did not listen, but we did not read the question. I said one goal. Yeah, give me 4 goals. You see, teachers, and when our children don't read the questions well, the instruction was one goal. But no problem. I know you are very ambitious. Very good. Okay. Mr. Oderinde, discovery, unlearn and relearn as part of discovery. Amazing. Esther Emmanuel, I want to build myself to become better than my previous self. Fantastic. And to grow in this mission of mine. Growth, growth, growth. Martha said discovery, ownership, change, and aspire. I'm just going to go for the ones I just said one goal now. Let's see. Okay. Miss Nena said, my goal is to change life and build lives. Ngozi said, aspire and create a change. Mr. Ezenwa wants to build himself. Bukade Taiwo to be an effective and efficient teacher using ICT and other means. Mr. Godwin, learning. Thank you, Lady D. Chinemerem, to learn, unlearn, and improve. Improvement, discovery, ideas, fantastic. And Mrs. Anna, to widen my horizon. That's a good place to pause for now. Thank you so much, everyone. Now I'm going to go back to sharing my screen. I hope you're ready. I hope you have your notebooks. We talked about writing the vision, making it plain. You need to make notes. Not only will I speak, your inner witness will also speak to you as I teach this morning. Now, let me give some context. It has been said, if you don't mind muting, I think I can hear some background noise. Adetola, please help me mute. Be my muting police. If there's anyone whose mic is on, and we are hearing some background noise, because we're going to put this video up and share the video for some of our participants who wanted to be here. There's a lady who actually paid, my mom's very good friend, Auntie Stella. She paid, and she would like to watch this recording. So Stella, we're greeting you especially. Okay, now it has been said that Africans are late bloomers. That we don't discover ourselves on time. Our children don't even get to discover themselves on time. And so because of this lack of self-discovery, we then bloom much later than our Western counterparts are blooming. So if you compare like maybe millionaires abroad to millionaires in Africa, you look at the age, you see that those in the African context are a lot older than those on our Western counterparts. However, things are changing now. But historically, we've been said to be late bloomers. And the reason for this was, in a way, tied to our educational system, tied to our colonial histories, people just wanting to be able to put food on their tables, right? So it was about succeeding in life and not necessarily being a success yourself, just being able to live. Life was about that. And so we had a whole bunch of motivational speakers come speak to us about purpose, almost even abusing this idea of purpose, and people even got confused. Really, at the heart of it is people discovering themselves. Because when you discover yourself, that's what the Bible says, that we should train up a child in the way that he should go. It's personalized, because there's a way for a child to go. And when they are old, they will not depart from that way. Is it a parent who does not even know their own self that will help children to discover themselves better? So as we discover ourselves as educators, as people, we can bloom better. We understand other people better as well. In fact, you become less judgmental because you operate from a place of understanding. But more importantly, you even bloom earlier, and the world is a better place because you understand yourself even more, and you're owning your unique print, your blueprint, what it is that is special about you, because there's no two of you, it's just you. So the concept behind our training today is self-discovery, self-awareness, because that is at the heart of this whole talk about purpose, really. It's about knowing yourself, but being self-aware. Apparently, about 65% of people are not self-aware. They just go about life. They are not self-aware at all. It is my desire that by the time we're done with looking at the 12 archetypes, your minds will be open and you will have a better awareness of yourself as a person and how you teach, your style, and how you guide and guard your children as well. A lot of things behind our archetype is about our nature and nurture. In fact, I should have made that nature and nurture, because it really isn't nature versus nurture. It is nature and nurture. that has really aided who we are as people, how we think, how we function, how we relate with other people. Now, during the course of this training, don't just think of yourself. Think of the children that you teach. Think of your colleagues. Think of your relatives as well. Okay. Now, by way of an outline, I'm going to be explaining what are archetypes. For those of us who joined in later, one of the things I said will happen during the course of this training is I would go in and out of my slides so that I can see everyone's face, ask questions, hear from us, because it's going to be an interactive session. Now, you know, the goal that you mentioned, don't just write it in the chat room, but in your notebooks, just pick one goal. Pick one goal and let it be written down. Your goal is growth. Pick it, write it down. Okay, growth. Write discovery. Whatever it is, build, interact, networking, because you will start to put people's names there. Whatever your main goal is, I'm sure now you will hear the instruction of one goal. Keep it simple and write it down. So I'm going to explain to us what are archetypes. We'll also look at the father of archetypes, Carl Jung. Your mind may initially think it's Carl Jung, but it's actually Carl Jung. And the J is pronounced ye, or ye, if you like. Then we're going to look at the 12 archetypes. We're going to break it down one by one. What are these 12 archetypes? And the conclusion is you're going to own your archetype. Some of you, if you're bold enough, you're going to tell us what your own archetype is by the end of this training. We're also going to take a break at some point. Once we go through 6 of the archetypes, we'll take a little break and we'll come back and continue. And you can actually stay on, but just you can then switch off your video, get a drink. I have my own drink here. I don't know if you can see it. Okay, you can't see it. Yeah, I have my drink here. I actually have my candle. Mommy, when you come, you'll see one of my newest additions to my lifestyle is candles. I just like the fragrance. So I'm all set and enjoying myself, and I hope you are as well. Okay, what are archetypes? Now, this is a picture of myself and my friend Bimbo, who we went to Queen's College together. She owns a school, in fact, 2 now. She owns Kids Court Hill School. She has a leadership program for leaders in education. She's written a book called The Right Teacher. Bimbo studied medicine. She studied medicine at, I think it was UI that Bimbo went to, but she's owned her archetype. She's a chatty person. She loves to teach, and she's having a swell time. In fact, she was in Ghana recently, delivering a training in Ghana, along with some other educators in Ghana. So it was her group that I delivered this training on archetypes. She reached out to me whilst they were compiling the course curriculum, and I told her what my topic would be, and it was introduced as part of that curriculum for one of the cohorts that she had. So what are archetypes? Now let's break it down. Arche, the word archetype is made up of 2 words, arche and type. Now, arche means something that was in the beginning. It's a first principle. Mathematicians, so Mr. Onyema, Mr. Komalafe understand first principles, basic principles. It is the fundamental, it's the original pattern. That's an arche. So when you hear archaeology, it has to do with the original pattern and logos, knowledge. So arche is something that was in the beginning. We know what type means, so I'm just going to move past that. Now, if you know that arche is something that was in the beginning, it is the original pattern. An archetype, therefore, is the original pattern of a type. It is the original design, almost like the blueprint, how God designed you. Do you know that for babies, if you observe babies, right through to the age of, I would say maybe 3, 4, at that point, there's no distraction, not much is happening beyond their genetics at play, nature, the environment that is also nurturing them. Still quite pure. you would see in that undiluted environment their original pattern, their original disposition. That is not to say that sometimes the enemy, yes, we're people of faith, may want to disturb that. But then as a parent or as a teacher, you recognize that and you distill it from the original pattern and you pray that original pattern into its manifestation. So an archetype is the original pattern, the original design. It's actually even subconscious. You can even want to think of it as your gift. Today, you're going to discover what it is that your gift is and how it is that you are wired. That is an archetype. The key, the operative words here, original pattern, original design. So have that at the back of your mind. Now, with that understanding of what an archetype is, we will now move on. Carl Jung, who is the father of this archetype model, said that the collective unconscious consists of the sum of the instincts, your instincts, and their correlates, which is what he has called archetypes. The combination, the summation of your instincts and their correlates, that's your archetype. Just as everyone possesses instincts, so he or she also possesses a stock of archetypal images. It will get clearer as we go on. This is Carl Jung. This is the man who developed the theory of archetypes and the model of archetypes. My desire is to see more people that look like you and I, who are creating some new theories. I remember when I was doing my PhD, one of my colleagues said, haven't you noticed that a lot of the literature we're reading were written by people on this side of the pond where we're studying? Where's the literature from our own authors? Story for another day, but I think that more is happening. I think we're writing more, we're thinking more, we're documenting some more. Not to mention some of our previous documents that were even stolen in the past. Again, story for another day. This is Carl Jung, the father of archetypes. He's a Swiss psychiatrist who pioneered the use of archetypes to illuminate personality early on in the 20th century. Jung first used the term archetype in 1919 in his paper, Instincts and the Unconscious, defining archetypes as symbols of basic human motivations that drive our desires, drive our goals. So the goals that we identified earlier on, you may not realize, but your archetype actually drives that goal. Your archetype is the reason you work the way that you do. Your archetype is the reason you logged onto this call at the time that you did. Your archetype is what drives your desires and goals. And I'm hopeful that you're going to have some aha moments. So he identified 12 universal mythic characters. So to give us context into archetypes, he gave them characters. He gave them names. Now, the thing about these characters or these archetypes is they reside within a collective unconscious. So we all have a collective unconscious, like driving from one place to another, that you constantly take that route. You almost are oblivious to the fact that this is the route you take because you can do it sleeping, waking up. It's just the route. It has become an unconscious part of you. How you wake up, what you do, we have a collective unconscious. Now, he identified 12 types. Now, the next thing I'm about to say is really important. Each of us tends to have one dominant archetype that dominates our personality. However, you can have elements of other archetypes because we are dynamic beings. We are not limited to one particular archetype, but there is a dominant one. If you've ever done a Myers-Briggs personality test before, you will understand what that means. So many of us have a combination of different traits, as it were, but they are dominant traits, dominant things about us per time. Now, these 12 archetypes are divided into 4 cardinal orientations. So some of you may already even be drawing a quadrant on your paper to already get ready to know what these 4 cardinal orientations are. And those 12 archetypes fit into these 4.
From my end, I can't hear. I don't know if it's my network.
Someone is saying he can't hear us.
I can't hear him.
Okay, who is that? Who can't hear us? Gloria, who is the person that can't hear us?
Gilbert.
Okay.
Gilbert. Gilbert says he can't hear.
Okay, Mr. Gilbert, okay, he won't even hear. Okay, if someone can chat with him, and Gloria, please help me sort him out somehow. Maybe he may need to log out and log back in. Thank you, Mrs. Amomo. Okay, great. So we're going to play a little bit of a game before we look into the 12 archetypes. Again, this was me in 2018. Bimba and I went to school together. So every now and again, she's like, hello, if you're around. I was in Nigeria at this time. So I delivered a training with her. This lady in the middle used to run a school called a nursery, a Montessori of sorts, called Toddlertree in GRA, Ikeja, Nigeria. But she's now acting. Miss Aluko, Olumide Aluko, she's now acting. I think this is actually Wendy. Wendy's into parenting now. She has like a massive parenting club that she runs. So this was in 2018, along with some phenomenal teachers. Okay, now I'm going to ask another question. And this time around, you're going to unmute. So I'm going to take 5 people. So if you can please raise your hand, look at the question really well. When you have your answer, write it down, raise your hand. I'm going to stop share, and I'm going to call you to please tell me your answer. Would you rather, 1, leave a mark in the world? Or do you want to provide structure to the world? Sorry, ability was, it's not supposed to be there. Or do you just, do you desire to connect with others? Or do you simply yearn for paradise? And why? Choose 1. Leave a mark, provide structure, connect with others, or yearn for paradise. Why? Why? So please write your answer down. Choose 1. I know more than 1 may be appealing to you, but please choose 1. We're going to keep things simple. Choose 1. So now I'm going to stop share and catch up with, go to the gallery view, catch up with the chat whilst I'm waiting for those hands to come up. So I've seen some more goals. Mrs. Ekosimba, it's great to have you. Your goal is to learn more ideas that will help to speed up growth in your section. Oh, so Mr. Ojad, do you want to raise your hand and tell us why? So I want some people to raise their hand. I want to hear from us. And remember, when you introduce yourself, you tell me your name, your role, your side hustle, and what you have gained so far from past trainings, and then answer the question. Great. Good. I'm seeing some hands up already. Fantastic. Okay, so I'm going to start with Martha. So Martha, tell me your name, your role, your side hustle, what you've learned so far, what your main goal is, and why.
Good morning, Ma.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ukechukumata, and I'm the art teacher for elementary and preschool. And I'm an artist. I draw, I paint. That's what I do as a side hustle. And I've learned how to connect with kids, how to make my class more lively, how to, one of the best I've got to do seminar is how to encourage the children, how to make them look forward to the next class by giving them something to ginger them, to encourage them. I came up with stickers. I have the glitter stickers. I cut into different shapes. And if you do so well, I give you a very big star sticker. And you become the class.
Yes.
And that's what I learned from the seminar. And then to the question, I would say I want to provide structure. Structure, because structure is a system. System that even if I'm not there, somebody else.
Want you outside. Don't want
follow
anybody outside. Please continue with there.
Please, can you unmute? Thank you. Sorry, Martha, please carry on.
Structure, because structure is transgenerational.
Yes. Yes.
And one of my goals is to make learning fun for my children through art, blending it with other subjects. If, for instance, in some classes or some children are having issues with a particular subject like science, I try to put it into pictures that they can connect with and break it down for them, and at the same time have fun, drawing, painting, singing, dancing. That's it for me. Thank you.
Wow, that is amazing, Martha. I would love to be in your classroom. And be one of the children learning. It sounds like fun. And I would like to get a big star sticker. Honestly, because it does a world of good to the children. Sorry, say that again.
And a heart sticker too, if you want that.
Oh, thank you. That is amazing. I can tell that you really want your children to enjoy art. Oh, art is beautiful. There's so much to art. So much to art. Every now and again, I'll go to museums and you see some amazing art paintings or some sculptures or people just even taking lovely photographs because there's so much to art. Very therapeutic, by the way. It's actually an after-school club in my children's school where they get them to color. It's very calming, very therapeutic. And I'm glad you've learned and you're acting out different ways to make fun learning fun for your children, and you want to provide structure because you said something, you said it's transgenerational. I really like that when structure is provided. Thank you so much, Martha. It's great to know more about you. Okay. So let's see who else has their hands up. Oh, wow. Okay. So we have Mr. Onyema. Mr. Onyema. So what would you rather? Which one would you rather? Let's hear from you.
Okay, ma. I would rather leave a mark. Rather leave a mark.
Okay, why?
And my reasons is I will want to be a problem solver, like within my environment, within my year 7 class where I teach. I want to follow them up. You know, the year 7 class, they are just coming from the primary school. There's a lot of orientation that they need to be able to fit in to the secondary school level that they're coming into. And so I follow them up and solve all their problems. There are some like that. I have challenges with writing notes on time. You know, in the primary school, the children will just, one teacher is there and they can wait for the children to write their notes slowly as they wish. But in the secondary section where they are coming into, each teacher is waiting for his time. And once it's time, he must leave the class for another person to enter. And therefore, the students have some notes they need to write. So following them up will be a problem I have solved for them. I also want to set a standard for them. Once they've left year 7 and they're going to year 8, they will think back and say, oh, Mr. Emma used to do it like this. And that is how I want to leave a mark.
Oh, wow. That is spot on. So spot on because of the sensitivity and the foundational class that you handle. Being able to leave a mark and set the standards with which they would sort of leverage and have the rest of their senior years from. Phenomenal. Thank you so much, Mr. Onyema.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Odozo, Mr. Emeka, let's hear from you. Good morning, sir.
My name is Emeka.
Oh, I think we're having some trouble with your network, Mr. Odozo. So we can't. Okay. You know what, Mr. Emeka, would you mind putting it in the chat room? And then maybe when your connection is better, because we can't hear you. So sorry about that. So, well, if you have a better network, we'll have you back to speak. And we'll come back to you. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, so I'm going to have Mr. Oja. Yes, sir. Okay, Mr. Oja, we're ready for you.
Okay, good morning, ma.
Good morning, sir. So tell us your name, your role, your side hustle, what you've learned so far, and then what we got this for.
Okay, thank you very much. Doctor, it's good to see you.
Great to see you as well, sir.
Oja Adam is the name. And my area is discipline.
Yes.
In Australia. I teach government as well. My side hustle, I do business anyway. Yes, I was in it, though for now there's a break. I'm into hospitality.
Oh,
yes.
Nice.
Yeah. So yes, my side hustle, my goal, like you mentioned before, is to create behavioral change on my children. And that means to leave a mark. The reason is that teaching is supposed to be holistic. That is a combination of academics and behaviors.
Yes.
Or character. So what will it be for somebody to be a star graduate? Maybe you have a distinction, and then your character is worrisome. So my goal is to see how I can leave a mark in a child's life. I remember some years ago, a student, one of our OSTRA's child, came to visit the school, and he came to me and said, "I'm Mr. Ja. I never knew you were rather doing me good, chasing me all over the place and talking to me, punishing me. That it's at this time that I've come to realize the importance of your role in my life." So I think that day I was so happy. I was elated. I was like, something I've been able to impact somebody like this. So that is exactly what I aim to do. In any way I find myself, especially in this job of teaching, I should be able to impact, I should be able to make a change in the behavior of a person for positive, to make even the society should be able to know that this person is a changed person. That is what I'm to create a behavioral change and then to leave that mark. So even when the child is no longer seeing me, one day he will remember that there was this teacher somewhere that helped to molding my life.
Oh, wow. Wow, that is so good. I like what you said about what's the point of having distinctions but character lacking. So, that character building is key, and discipline is a core part of that. Thank you very much, Mr. Oja. You've not told us what you've learned from past trainings. One of your
the past training, let me just talk about the strategic planning that was delivered by Lady D. Yes. Planning is something we cannot do without, because there's this simple saying that if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. So for every organization to succeed, there must be strategic planning. So I've come to realize that even in OSTRA, as a management staff, I have to join hands with the other management staff to see how to plan and then also work out the implementation. It's very key. And then the area of communication. Of course, I've also realized that we have so many stakeholders. Before, I used to think that maybe it's just the teachers, the students, and then maybe the parents. But I've come to realize that it's quite vast. The society is there, the government is there, the people around, even visitors, they're all our stakeholders. So in dealing with them, because see, something about school, you must have the right model of communication to be able to convince a parent, because some parents may be dissatisfied, but when you have the right approach to it, they become very, very happy with the system, satisfied with the system. So effective communication with our stakeholders can stabilize even the entire learning process. So we need to know how to communicate with our stakeholders. We need to know how to plan and then work out the strategic implementation that can make them stand and stable. Thank you, ma'am.
Wow. Thank you so much, sir. So much for that. Really enjoyed listening to you. As you were speaking about communication, I once listened to a training and they talked about emotional deposits, leaving an emotional deposit in your parents for the future, because a time may come, maybe they are dissatisfied about something or something didn't quite work according to plan, but they remember those emotional deposits you have left in them as a result of how you communicate. Thank you so much. So I'm going to take one more person, but every other person that has raised your hand up. So Mr. Elijah, Esther, I see both of you, and I will definitely have you up at some point. Mr. Ayuba, we want to hear from you. So over to you.
Good morning, doctor. Good morning, everyone.
Good
morning. Well, so far, the first thing, the one I chose is to leave a mark, because being an artist, and I believe one of the things we do is to have effect and influence in people's life, and with what with organizations that I've worked with previously, make me to understand that whatever things, anything you do, that maybe years later, people can still make reference to it for good, is something very, very nice. And over years, I've been working seriously on that. And with the help of God, I think through my subject, I've seen 1, 2, or 3 people that later on they decided that they want to study visual art in university, which they did. And as I speak to you now, they are doing well. So, and that is part of the mark that we are talking about. And even when another aspect of it is when you groom, you discover a talent in all these children's life. You help them to nurture that talent so that they can grow up with it. Yes, there was a particular year that there's this boy that he has a kind of disability, but the guy he walked to me that, sir, for me to do well in entertainment, what area or what aspect do you think I can like function very well? So I asked him, what do you like doing most? He said he liked making people laugh. Then I like, okay, let me see what I can do. Do you know? And I worked seriously with the boy and the parent, to the extent that I took that boy to Stand Up Nigerian. That's organized by Bumi Davis. And his performance, because I've been having rehearsal with him over times, and before he now go for the presentation. And when the boy presented before Bumi Davis and some of the Nigerian comedians, they so much loved the boy presentation and others, to the extent that Bumi Davis now like take him to be part of their organization. And over years, the boy have been working with them and all that. So these are part of the things when we are talking about leaving or giving and leaving a mark. So, and this is one of the area that I so much cherish. Even in my school there, OSTRA, teachers can even testify to it, that at times I will gather some students, try to do 1 or 2 things with them in terms of entertainment, drawings, and others. And I believe as time goes by, or in the future to come, these people can earn their living and they can do better. And it will make them to make reference or to flash back to that person that have been doing all these things to them. So that is my area. And in the previous seminars so far, to be sincere, at times I find it difficult that what will somebody do or someone do to start a business or to be on your own? But the seminar, the one lady organized, In fact, the way she took that in step one after the other, because that very seminar, she distributed us into different groups. And from there, we're now picking. That very day, I was working as a media person, but to be sincere, it got to a point that I have to pay more attention to what is going on in the hall. So in that seminar, I learned a lot. How to plan your business, then the step to take in planning this business and all that, which I documented everything. That I know a time will come that I will like, okay, myself, I want to stay back and start something. So that seminar, I believe it will guide me and it will go a long way in me starting my own business. Then the communication aspect organized by the facilitator, that Mr. Odemide. In fact, being in different WhatsApp group, when somebody raise a point and as people are communicating, talking about that thing, somebody will just bring something different from what people are discussing. So through that seminar, I get to know that that thing is to distract or to take, that is not normal. That is against what is supposed to be. So all those things are the point, because at times in some of the group that I belong to, when we're chatting, doing things, something will just come up. Somebody can just post something that is not even relate, that is not even close to what we are discussing. I will just be looking at, is this person not even, but through that seminar, I get to understand that, no, there's a way we go. And in organization, communication, based on that seminar, I realized and confirmed that communication is the key to business. Because if there's a bridge between the management and the follower and the workers and others, you may have something in mind that maybe this, what I have in mind, other people should also have it, and things should be going. If you did not communicate it to them, they will not get it right. And it can give a kind of step back in our organization. So that is just what I have to say, ma'am.
Wow. Thank you so much, Mr. Ayuba. I can feel your passion, your energy, and you are definitely leaving a mark. Amazing.
Yes.
So I'm going to go back to sharing my screen now. I hope you have written down your main goal that you want to achieve today, and you've written down which of these four. It's funny that most of us were saying leave a mark. I'm going to go back to read our chat. But we at least we had Martha said provide structure. I've not seen or read anyone that has said connect with others, or anyone that has just said I'm yearning for paradise. But I will check our chats later and see. Now, these are actually the 4 cardinal points that drive the 12 archetypes. The first cardinal point is ego, or your ego. It's not ego, it's not money. This is ego, not ego, because some of you read it now. What you read was ego. That's what you saw. It's ego. So for those of you that want to leave a mark in the world, the archetypes that fall within the ego cardinal points may start to give you a clue as to your own archetype. So do make a note of it. Put ego in brackets or however you want to express it. Now, for people like my dear Martha, who want to provide structure to the world, order is a cardinal point for her. She likes things to be organized. And that's why she's excelling as an art teacher. Just creating, there's order in what it is that she does, and she wants to leave a transgenerational impact. Now, for people like myself who like to connect with others, the social category, the social cardinal point informs my own archetype. Now, for others who yearn for paradise, I don't know if anyone has written yearn for paradise. Freedom is their cardinal point, and the archetypes within freedom, gives a clue to what your archetype is. So please make a note of what yours is. So you should have by now written your main goal, because I'm going to ask for this at the end. Your main goal, what you would like to do, and which cardinal point that falls within. Now, these are the 12 archetypes. Now we're getting down to business. There is the lover, and we're going to look at each archetype one by one. There is the lover, the hero, the magician, the outlaw, the explorer, the sage, the innocent, yes, the innocent, the creator, the ruler, the caregiver. When I get to caregiver, I'll say something. The everyman, the jester. Oh my goodness, archetypes, so interesting. Okay, so now this wheel is very important. I really want you to either take a screenshot of it, look at it very closely, pay attention. Now, let's start with ego, because this is where we are helping you discover. So by the time we now start unpacking the archetypes, you already have an idea. So for those who want to provide structure, that is really what is important to you. Your archetype will likely fall between either being a caregiver or being a ruler or being a creator. Now, if you're a creator, you like innovation. You like to innovate. I want to do it a different way this time. I want to play a different approach. Mrs. Amomo, I don't know if you're admitting people into the room. Let me make you a co-host because it's distracting me slightly. So, okay, Adetola, you're also there. So Adetola, please help me admit the people so I can focus, right? Adetola and Mrs. Amomo, thank you. Yes, okay. Now, again, within the ego cardinal point, maybe you're a ruler. And so you like control. Again, remember this is structure. You like control. You want to control how things are going because it gives you sanity. Perhaps you are a caregiver, rather, and you like to serve. You like to serve. Now, let's go to the freedom cardinal point. It's important, like I said, you either take a screenshot or if you already drew a quadrant, because remember, communication, we need to document things down because you are now discovering yourself. We have begun this journey of self-discovery. If for you, it was to sort of yearn for paradise, freedom is your thing. You're either an innocent, your archetype is either one of being innocent, the innocent, where for you, safety is important, everything nice and soft, just let me be safe. That's your archetype. Or maybe yours is one of a sage, where you like to give knowledge, you like to share wisdom. In fact, you cannot have a conversation without referring to a parable. Yours is an archetype of a sage. So when you are teaching your children, you impart wisdom beyond the actual subjects. You amplify the curriculum beyond its core delivery because of your sage archetype. Or perhaps yours is one of an explorer. You go on an adventure with your children. You are not set on this is how it must come out. You say, okay, is this a different technique? Is this a different way of summarizing? Let's explore. Now, let's come to the one that was very popular, which was leave a mark. Leave a mark. Again, you like order. Now, there are 3 archetypes within the those who want to leave a mark. Bear in mind that it is not restricted. I trust that my honorable team members will help me, my honorable colleagues, members of the panel will help me mute those who are unmuted and causing some distraction. You want to leave a mark. You may fall into these 3 archetypes. One is you want to be the hero. The hero. Now, for the hero archetype, mastery is key. There's skill, there's competence, there's expertise, then there is mastery, then there's authority. Skill, competence, expertise, mastery, authority. Very quickly, you have a skill. Okay, fair enough. You then go on to expertise within that skill, where you have become an expert. You have honed the skill, you know the skill in and out. Is this in administration? You are a skilled administrator. You are an expert at administrating. Then you now graduate from being an expert to being competent, because you've done it time and time again with proven results. You then graduate into having mastery of administration, mastery. In fact, you can even develop theories. You then become an authority. In fact, after being an authority, you can become an institution. Story for another day, but I just hope that helps somebody in terms of if growth is one of your goals, then that's a growth trajectory for you to really aspire towards. Okay. Or perhaps in your way of leaving a mark, your archetype is the magician archetype. For the magician, power, in fact, manipulation. So the magicians have to be careful. Power is important to you. Yes, and it's okay. It's okay. There's nothing bad in any of these things, though. It's how you own it, how you use it. That's what is important. Or perhaps yours is an outlaw, the outlaw. And there are children like this. They are human beings like this. You work with some of them, you teach some of them, so you need to know. But know thyself first. Man, know thyself. Who was it that said the two most important days in a man's life is the day he was born and the day he knows why? So if you are within the leave a mark cardinal point, it may be outlaw, the outlaw archetype. Now, if your cardinal point is one where you like to connect with others, it's a social cardinal point. Perhaps you are the member. Your archetype is a membership archetype, where having a sense of belonging is really important to you. And there's some children like that. They are colleagues like that. They want to belong. They are tribal. They are communal. A sense of belonging is very important to them. Or you are the jester, and that's how you connect with others. Pleasure, you like to enjoy yourself. You like to have fun. You like fun. It's not, for some people, pain drives them. For some people, it's pleasure that drives them. They just want to have fun. And that's what gives them motivation. Or you are the lover, which is the first archetype we're going to look at. Where for you, intimacy, deep connection. Jesus had 12 disciples. And we have 12 archetypes. We all know who the lover was. John. John was the lover. And it is this same lover that received the revelation. That was John's archetype. He's the lover. Perhaps someone may have even done a study and seen maybe the 12 disciples had each of these 12 archetypes. Intimacy is important to the lover. So I hope you're already making some notes. Again, you may actually have said you want to leave a mark, but find yourself falling underneath the sage archetype. All we're doing here is to help you to try and refine your archetype. But let me just warn you beforehand. Your archetype may surprise you. You may not want to admit it, but please just accept it. Accept it. Accept it and just own it. Or you may want to change it. It's not impossible. It's not impossible. But if you can own your innate archetype, refine it, oh, you are all off to great things. Okay. Now let's break it down one by one. I like this picture from the previous training. Mr. Komolafe, I think you were by the right-hand side. We can just about see your face here. Apologies that in putting it on this slide, it was cut off. I hope you're also showing your videos and you can see my screen. Mr. Derinde, this your suit was given, as Gen Zs will say, it was given excellence. I love it. So now let's look at each archetype. I hope you're making notes. Let's talk about the lover. And now we're going to use being a teacher to direct our thinking. I will give you some facts about each archetype, and we're going to relate it. We're going to relate it to teaching or to the world of education. The lover archetype, which falls within the social cardinal point of wanting to connect with others, their motto is that you are the only one. You are the only one. They just like to attention on them. It's not a bad thing. Please, I would always say that. It's just their archetype. Attention. In fact, the lover archetype have such a beautiful relationship with God because it's just them and God. Or if you have a lover archetype as a friend, oh, just know that you have a good friend. A friend that, if the problem with a lover archetype as a friend, nobody else must be their best friend, though. Nobody else, because they will find that person. The core desire of a lover is intimacy and experience. Some children in your classroom, they are lovers. They want to feel like you have their time, right? So you need to be able to identify the lovers in your children. And you yourself may even be a lover. The core desire, they want a connection. They want to be intimate. They want to know you. And they want to know you more than everybody else knows you. How can I know the same thing as everybody else? They want a higher level of knowing. And their goal is relationship. That's their goal. The lover archetype is relationship. The greatest fear of the lover archetype is being alone. Their strategy is to be physically and emotionally attractive, because that is what attracts them to whoever it is they want to love on, and that's how they connect. But there's a weakness, a desire to please others, and sometimes to their own detriment. But it's just born out of this desire of being intimate. Now, what are their talents? Oh, passion. A lover will do, if a lover should cook food for you, they will cook it with all their passion. They are very grateful people, very grateful, and they express their gratitude. They express their appreciation. It is important to them. They're also known as the partner. A lover is a reliable, a person with a lover archetype, excuse me, is a reliable partner. A teacher who has the lover archetype, the students that will remember you, will remember you fondly. Excuse me. Now, examples in movie is Romeo and Juliet. Both of them are expressions of the lover archetype. The lover is filled with sensitivity, and students genuinely feel cared for when they have a lover as a teacher. Oh, the teacher will go over, the lover archetype teacher goes over and beyond what they are paid to do. They love on their children. They love up on their colleagues. And the people who relate with someone that has a lover archetype, in fact, if you have a lover archetype as a friend or as a child or as a colleague, you are blessed if you know them very well, because they care. They value beauty. So lovers, that's people who have the lover archetype, not people who are in love. Lovers will likely know how to create a comfortable and inviting classroom because they want you to have an experience. They are lovers. That's just how they are wired. They will also support fellow teachers, because teachers with the lover archetype, they are great at adoration. And if they're given adoration, it is also because they want adoration. So if you have a lover archetype child that tells you, oh, miss, your hair is really beautiful, be sure to tell them, oh, I like that these your shoes or your socks. I like the frills or those ribbons on your hair. I like it. So beautiful. Maybe not at the same time. So it won't be like, okay, we're hailing ourselves, but you cannot do it at the same time as well. That is the lover archetype. So I'm going to pause very briefly at this point in time and see if anybody has any question or contribution whilst I catch up in the chat room. Now, I will go to where I left off. So we have, okay, so Mr. Oja spoke about leaving a mark. Ms. Ngozi also wants to leave a mark. Same with Ms. Odigwe Onyeka. Mr. Komalafe leave a mark as well. Miss Faith Elijah Faith, wants to. Do you want to say something? Okay. Now Stella, we're quite similar with connecting with others. I can see that. Wow, amazing. Again, please permit me to use your first names. Nena wants to leave a mark. Julius wants to leave a mark. Ayuba wants to leave a mark. Stella, connecting with others, leave a mark, leave a mark. Bright, you want to provide structure. You want to provide structure. Esther wants to connect, like Stella and I, to learn more, impact, and also share ideas for growth. I like how you brought in growth there. Namdi Echendu wants to leave a mark. Chima, Mr. Chima, is that Mr. Chima? You want to provide structure. Gilbert, you also want to provide structure. Joy Olutimehi, you want to leave a significant and impactful mark. Evelyn, provide structure. In Kem, Mrs. Oria could leave a mark. Emeka, you teach basic science for basic 8. Your side hustle is sports, nice. You want to provide structure for the next generation. Okay, connecting others, leave a mark. Mr. Isaac, Emmanuel, Mr. Daring, they provide structure. Mr. Ayani Adekule, connecting with others. I'm starting to see more connecting with others, more providing structure. Amazing. Nobody's yearning for paradise here. Nobody just wants to. Okay, great. Okay, so for those connecting with others, the lover archetype falls within that cardinal point. Does anyone have any question at this point before we go to our second archetype? You can raise your hand, use an emoji to raise a hand. Okay, so I'll carry on. Now, the next archetype that we're going to look at is the hero archetype. Just to help refresh your memory, the hero archetype falls within those who want to leave a mark. So pay attention if this is something that resonates with you. Now, the hero archetype, they take no prisoners. Their motto is, where there's a will, there is a way. The hero archetype, if you're the hero archetype as a teacher, there is no problem too difficult for you. As far as you're concerned, where there's a will, there is a way. Excuse me, I just need to drink water. Your core desire as a hero archetype is to prove your worth through courageous acts. So when you've done something courageous for your children, who you're either teaching discipline or teaching art or science or business studies or music or arts or government or maths, and there's been a struggle, that's where the hero archetype really steps in. You have a problem? Oh, we're going to find a solution. So their core desire is to prove their worth through courageous acts. Now, if some archetypes are beginning to resonate with you, let's chat about it, because I'll come back and I'll read your chat. Your goal as a hero archetype is mastery. Your goal is mastery in a way that improves the world. You want to master being an art teacher in such a way that it improves the world. You want to master being a math teacher. Mastery is important to the hero. That's why if you watch movies, superheroes, Marvel comics, Marvel superheroes or DC comics, each hero has their own superpower. And in a way, your archetype is actually your superpower. It's your original pattern. It's what the gifts God has deposited inside you, how he made you. So your goal is mastery. The greatest fear of the hero is when there's weakness. They don't like to show weakness. They don't want you to see that there's a weakness. They're not able to be vulnerable. They don't want it. They don't want that. And in your classroom, in the school, in OSTRA schools, you will have hero archetype children. They want to do something courageous. They want to solve a problem. And their strategy is to be strong, to be competent. The weakness, though, with hero archetypes is arrogance. And they're combatants. They almost want to fight their way through. That's the weakness of a hero archetype. But the talent is their competence, their courage. In fact, if you want to remember the hero archetype, courage. Courage. They are courageous. Daniel in the Bible exhibited some hero archetype traits. When they said, you don't want these people coming, these Hebrew boys coming and praying to their God. You are the only one, oh king, that should be worshipped. Daniel said, oh boy, I am not coming here because I've now come to this place. I will not forget my God. I will pray. He was courageous. He was strong. They are also warriors. You can think of a hero archetype as a warrior, a rescuer, a soldier. An example is Wonder Woman. You may have your own superhero that you like. Now let's talk about the hero archetype as a teacher. The hero archetype teacher cares deeply about power and honor. So if you have a hero archetype child in your class, honor them. They like it. Oh, they like every child, every archetype likes honor anyway. In fact, we live in an honorific society as Nigerians, where we honor people, we recognize people. Hero archetypes, when you honor them, oh, after that party, you made their day. You honor them. That's what they will remember. They love it because they're courageous, strong people, and they want you to recognize that. You'll find that teachers who fall within this archetype have an incredible vitality that will help their team fight for what they believe in. The hero archetype teacher, they would promote the cause that they believe in. If the subject that the hero archetype teacher teaches, you would think that's the only subject in the school that the hero archetype is teaching, because of how they stand and almost even fight for what they believe in. Now, the hero archetype as a teacher teaches students to never give up. They don't want to see that. They would really enforce it in the child. Don't give up. And the hero archetype teacher is also a model to their children. They model an ambition that is admirable to the students, because the students can see, wow, this my hero archetype teacher doesn't take no for an answer. It is possible. That your handwriting, we can improve it. And we're not taking any prisoners here. You will improve that handwriting. What do we need to do to help you improve the handwriting? Do we need to put a rubber grip on the pencil, or help you use fork and knife, or help you do knitting? We're going to improve this handwriting. The hero teacher archetype models an ambition that is admirable. Okay, now let's go to the third archetype. Our time now is 11:28. I wanted us to stop for a break at 11:30. Okay, but I'll go fast because we need to stop for a break after we go to the first 6 archetypes. We're now on the 3rd archetype. Who can tell me which cardinal area the magician archetype falls underneath? So let me see. Okay, more people want to connect with others. Some people that say you want to connect with others, you already said leave a mark before. Are you changing your mind? Okay, so which cardinal area does the magician fall under? Let me see those who took a screenshot. Let me see. Okay, Mr. Chike Ireoza, do you want to say something? Mr. Chike, your hands are raised up. Okay, I can see Martha's hand as well. Mr. Chike, are you there, or do I go on to Martha? Okay, I'll go on to you, Martha. Okay, unmute. Okay, great. Let's see. Yeah. Okay, good.
Leave a mark. Ego.
Ego, yes. Yes. Ego, thank you. So, Mr. Yuma, is that what you wanted to say? Or do you want to say something else?
No, that's what I want to say.
Okay.
You were asking about the magician.
Yes.
His power.
Power. Yes. Amazing. I can see those who are taking notes. Fantastic. Okay, so I'll go back. Thank you, Mr. Ikena, as well. I'll go back to sharing my screen and let's understand this magician. And for those of you who may have missed the wheel, this is the wheel. This is the no, there's an error. The magician falls under, yes, power. The magician actually falls under leave a mark, which is the other cardinal point. No, there's an error here. Can you guys see? Can you see the error that has been spotted here? There's an error between this order and leave a mark 1. I'm going to look into that and get back to us on this. So it's falling under leave a mark for the magician. And it is ego that also wants to leave a mark. So there is an error with this wheel. So I'm going to look into that. Okay, so let's talk about the magician archetype. The magician's archetype is, I make things happen. Some of us grew up watching some magicians on TV and they just do their one, and you'll be wondering, what is this? Is it an illusion of some sort? A magician archetype is like, you may not know how I've done it, but I made it happen. That's the magician archetype. They have their ways that means it can't be explained. Don't even try to understand them or how their memory works. Just know that they make things happen. The magician's core desire is to understand the laws of the universe. Magicians are in many ways philosophers. So when they have conversations, when you have a conversation with the magician archetype, it's about, they philosophize, let me use that word. They want to understand the way the world works. They want to understand the way the West thinks. They are historians of sorts. And their goal is to make dreams come true. The greatest fear, of a magician archetype, however, is for there to be negative consequences. Because sometimes the magician, they have ways that are not necessarily scientific, how they go about things, right? So there's the worry of, there might be a negative consequence of this action, or in me making dreams come true, it may have a negative impact in some ways. Now, their strategy is to develop a vision and to live by that vision. The weakness of a magician archetype, though, is they can become manipulative. Yes, a magician archetype, because they have a goal, right? So they can strategize. A magician archetype can strategize. They can strategize. But the problem is This they are strategizing and making things happen is manipulation can enter. Okay, now the talents a magician archetype has is they will find a win-win solution. They are also known as visionaries or wizards. You can't explain them. They just make things happen. An example is TED, is MasterCard, is Disney. Those are magician archetypes. They're fantasy, opening your mind to something you've never even thought of before, making things happen, using, working with biodiversity in a way that we never even thought possible. Or like how Bill Gates wanted to use feces and turn it into fuel, or even make it water again. I don't know if anyone saw that video. Those are magician archetypes. Now, magicians like to create change. They like to renew things for themselves and others. And it's actually an admirable personality type for a teacher because they make things happen. They change things. They bring in new ideas, actually. They want to constantly grow and transform, which makes them uniquely suited to lead students through their growth as well, because they see themselves in a process of continuous transformation. So they're able to lead the children, teach children, and help engineer their growth as well. So they're good with hand-holding and a transformative experience. A magician archetype as a teacher is one who a child enters your class or a child enters your world. And let's use some metrics. Let's say we rate the child from 1 to 10. And when the child entered your world, the child was on 4. But by the time the child is leaving your world, either being your classroom or your office by way of maybe an interaction with the child, or Mr. Yuba, you're working with the child on some project, they go on to being 6. That's 2 points of value added to that child. They transform completely. There's a lot of value added. Transformation in the child's behavior, in the child's flair for the subject, because you found a way to work with that child to bring out the best of that child. And some children in your classrooms also have that magician archetype. Some of your colleagues, you can't explain it, but they get stuff done. They make things happen. Mr. Chima makes things happen. You want to work with them as well because they are transformative. Okay, now the outlaw. The outlaw. Many, you will see this expressed the most when they become teenagers. The children who have an outlaw archetype in their teenage years, which are already interesting years, you see this archetype come out some more. And some of you as teachers actually have this archetype, where for you, rules are made to be broken. Now, I have just spotted something as I'm training. When I work on this PowerPoint, I'm actually going to identify the cardinal points underneath each of these archetypes so that we don't have to go back to the wheel, which also needs to be revised. Okay, now the outlaw's motto is that rules are made to be broken. If you have, and the problem with outlaws is they come across as rebellious. Everybody's going left. The outlaw archetype is going right. In fact, it's going completely, it will change direction completely. Their core desire is a revolution or revenge. Let's focus on revolution. They want to change it. They don't like to accept anything. They're like activists. People that have an outlaw archetype, they are very good activists. And their goal is to overturn what isn't working. They are restless when things aren't working. And they're like, why? Why must we do it this way? It is not working. Let's change it. Doesn't mean what they change it to will now work, but they just want to change it. Their greatest fear is to be powerless or ineffectual. Their strategies: disruption, destroy, or they shock the system. Some people that have gone on to create some life-changing ways of the way we know work actually have outlaw archetypes. So even from Mark Zuckerberg, we used to have High Five or something before, the social media platform. Mark Zuckerberg just changed and came and made it Facebook. Or you have Steve Jobs. Why must he be pressing keys? Made it a smartphone. They just want to change how it is working. They don't want to accept this is the rule. They want to create their own rule, and they want to disrupt the system completely. So if you're in a management team and you have an outlaw archetype for a teacher, just know that if you put this outline, they will go in a different way. They might achieve the same goal, but they just want to use a different method. That's an outlaw archetype. The weakness, though, again goes back to rebellion. Even the Bible says that rebellion is as like the sin of witchcraft. They can go a bit dark and they can become criminals because they are just, if not well managed, they can just go a different direction. But at their core is change, is reviewing what isn't working. They just need wisdom to be able to do that. So if this is resonating with you, what your prayer point should be is wisdom for the outlaw archetype. The talent that you have as a teacher who has an outlaw archetype is you're radical, you're outrageous. They're AKAs, the rebel, as we talked about. Examples are Robin Hood or Virgin Airways. What's Richard Branson? Richard Branson is a different character altogether. Proper example of an outlaw archetype. When he wanted to fight British Airways, because he said, why is it only British Airways that will be flying some of the major... He went naked. He bungee jumped and went naked. British government had to change that. Okay, British Airways, sorry, we're bringing Virgin in. Mr. Onyema of Air Peace said, why can't we have a Nigerian carrier? Why are they charging us so much? We're going to break this. Those are the good examples of outlaws. They will also fight for what they believe in. Now, if you are a teacher as an outlaw and you are seeing time and time again, I'm seeing this problem. What is happening? We have to change something that we're doing. Okay, before we're here, this is how we need to try this different strategy. We've not tried this one before. Let's do it this way. Let's see what happens. Now, on the surface, the outlaws might seem like they want to provoke and cause drama. But if you have an outlaw as a colleague or as a friend or as a child, you need to reflect. And if you reflect deeper, they may actually be awakening your subconscious to something that you may not have thought of before because you're just doing status quo. That child who is an outlaw or that teacher who is an outlaw may actually have a radical idea. It may seem radical. That's the problem. And people don't like radical things. They don't like it. It's too radical. Why are you asking me to do this? Why? People don't like that. Let's just carry on as we've been doing it. But if you pay attention, if you reflect, you listen to them, they can teach you a thing or two. Because in reality, the outlaw as a teacher likes independent thinking. An outlaw honestly would do a PhD and they will shine because they are already independent thinkers. They have initiative. They think differently. And what a great trait it is because you are able to teach your students to think outside the box. It's not just cram. I was watching something on, I think it was Korean or Japanese method of doing mathematics. This HTU that we have, they have a completely different way of doing their own mathematics with 3 numbers. A different technique. I was never taught this technique before. Someone independently just thought about this method and drove that method. Those are the outlaws. So they teach, as an outlaw teacher would teach students to think outside the box. And an outlaw as a teacher archetype is less judgmental. In fact, they celebrate when a child comes up with something different. As a teacher, though, you actually should not be too judgmental. Don't judge this child. Oh, you this child. Everybody is going this way. You just went this way. No, celebrate that child's difference, and then see how you can sort of, bring out the best and separate the wheat from the chaff, as it were, for the child, not to condemn them. The outlaws aren't easily influenced. But sometimes the ones that lack wisdom, very terrible people to work with, though. Let me just tell you, the rebels, that the outlaws that lack wisdom, they can be the worst colleagues ever. But the ones that have wisdom, they've learned relationship management, so you can work with them. But they're not easily influenced. That's the good thing. If you have an outlaw as a child, don't even worry about that child, because they stand their ground. No. They don't. Very principled people. But at the same time, they can be principled in foolishness. So that's the sad part. So they need wisdom, but they're not easily influenced. And a teacher archetype that has a teacher that has an outlaw archetype, they respect people who think for themselves. They respect people who think differently. They like that. They like that. Some minority parties in the UK, for example, everybody's thinking one way. They will just get up in House of Parliament, say one completely different argument, bringing a completely different slant. They just like independent thinking and people that think for themselves. That is the outlaw archetype. Now, we are on to the explorer. Let me just, I think we're to take a break when we get to the sage. Okay. So we're going to take a break very soon. Let's talk about the explorer. And remember, I said, because before we go on a break, I want to hear from some of us if any of these archetypes is you're beginning to resonate with it, or it describes you as a teacher, and what you think you can now do differently, knowing that, okay, this is me, and own your archetype. So are you an explorer? Is that your archetype? Is that the original pattern deep down within you? Deep down within you. Now, the explorer archetype, don't fence me in. Don't fence me in. Don't keep me into one corner like this. Allow me to explore. It's not easy to parent an explorer. In fact, many children at some stage want to explore. It's not easy sometimes to even teach the explorer. It's not easy to lead an explorer teacher. But it is when they go out and explore, you hear things you've never heard of before. Now, their core desire is freedom. Freedom. But even freedom needs to be managed. Every archetype. Now, the thing about the archetypes, it's an original design. It needs to be refined. It needs to be worked on. Once you know it and you can work on its rough edges, prune the excess bits, it's a beautiful picture that emerges. So their core desire is that freedom to find out, if you're an explorer, you want to find out who you are by exploring the world. So people that have explorer archetypes, they want to travel. They want to go places. They just want to explore. Their goal is to experience better, to experience a better, fulfilling life. Their greatest fear is being trapped, or you are forcing them to conform to a particular way. They don't like that. The strategy of an explorer archetype is going on a journey. So as a teacher, if you have an explorer archetype, how you would teach your children is you are taking them on a journey. Let's say you're doing a particular topic within English, for example. You make it adventurous for your children. You take them on a journey. Now, you as the teacher need to identify the starting point of that journey, the destinations, the stops, the key milestones within that journey, and then your eventual desired goal. What do you want to see by the end of year 7? What is my goal? That's why I started what is your goal? And we're going to circle back to your goal. What have you discovered? What have you said to yourself? I'm going to own some more. Or how are you going to grow? It's always going to circle back to that goal. It's good to have a vision. But let's come back to the explorer. So the strategy is going on a journey, seeking out new things. The weakness is sometimes they can wander aimlessly. They don't really know where it is they are going to. They just want to explore, but becomes aimless wandering. The talent of an explorer is ambition, autonomy. You know, they're ambitious. They have this idea of the world that they want to explore. They're also known as the seeker. An example is Albert Einstein. Could there be a more exciting trait in a teacher than a sense of adventure? The explorer loves to discover new places and new things. So if you have an explorer archetype within your classroom, or with your children, or you have a particular case in front of you, you want to explore with that child, or a particular subject matter, or AI is a new thing. You want to explore it. You like to explore new things. It is likely that the explorer as an educator, and feel free to take screenshots of the archetype that resonates with you. It is likely that the explorer as an educator will encourage their students and their fellow teachers to seek new and exciting ways to learn. An explorer attends training. So I'm sure we have explorer archetypes who are on this call with us. They're constantly seeking out new ways. Okay, now we're going to go to the 6th archetype, and after which we're going to take a break. Okay, the sage. I'm not even sure about Einstein is the best picture here. But let's carry on. And get ready, because I'm going to start asking questions. On mute. Sorry, no. I'm going to stop my share and ask some people to please unmute. So I really want to hear from us what we're taking away so far. I want to hear your thoughts. I want to learn from you as well. Now, the sage archetype. Their motto is the truth will set you free, will make you free. They want to know the truth. The core desire of a sage is to find the truth, is to find how does the brain work. And you know that if you run a business, your business has an archetype. Yes, your business has an archetype as well. Your side hustle has an archetype. Okay. The goal of a sage is to use intelligence and analysis to understand the world. Their fear is they don't want to be duped. Oh, it will hurt a sage that somebody duped them, or they were misled, or they were ignorant about something. They don't like it, because intelligence drives a sage. Yes, intelligence drives a sage. In fact, if you see a core sage, the way they dress is even different. Some of them just have 1 or 2 particular colors that they wear. I know someone like that. It will not pass black and blue that he wears. They keep things simple. They like the truth. They are very cerebral people. Their strategy is constantly seeking out information. They like to know what is happening. What is new? What higher order thinking can I tap into? The weakness, though, is they can just study forever and never act. Just constantly studying and not executing. Their talent is wisdom and intelligence. If you have a sage as a colleague, oh, that's the expert. They are readers. They read. Oh, they read. Sages, they read. They acquire knowledge at all costs. They will read, and read. Mention this book. Oh, they've read that book. They read. They are scholars. The sage is a free thinking type like the artist. Sorry, ignore that bit. Sages focus on intellect and knowledge. Their goal is to understand the world around them, which makes them an empathetic and exciting teacher for students, because the sage as a teacher wants to understand this child. Why is this child like this? Let me look at this child's background. Okay, is this why this child is acting this way? Okay, how can I deliver this subject in a way? What intelligent method can I use to deliver this subject? They are empathetic and they're exciting teachers for students, because if you leave the classroom of a sage, if you are a sage as a teacher, or if the sage archetype is really one that you embody, or your children would leave the classroom, their minds expanded, because the sage impacts knowledge. They're also great people to have on your team because they are good at brainstorming. A sage, an educator who has a sage archetype is good at brainstorming because there's so much information in that head of theirs. They're good at brainstorming, good at logic, strong analytical skills as well. That's the sage archetype. At this point, we're going to take a quick break. But before we take a break, I'm going to go around the room. I want to stop sharing. Thank you to everybody. Faith Chisom, you have consistently shown your video. I acknowledge you for that, and many others as well. I'm just going to be mentioning names as we go along. So I want to hear from us. Which archetype? Okay, so Mr. Emeka asked, what is the weakness of the magician archetype? Let me quickly go back to that. Thank you for asking that question. The magician archetype, the weakness is being manipulative, becoming manipulative. That is the weakness of the magician archetype. Every archetype has a weakness. Everybody has a weakness. And the whole purpose of an exercise like this is to also help you bring it to light and see how you can work on it. Okay. Oh, Mr. Gilbert already answered. Thank you, Mr. Ngonadi. Yes, thank you for answering that question. Okay, yes, Mr. Komolafe answered as well. Amazing, amazing. Thank you all so much. So before we go on a quick break and come back and look at the remaining archetypes, I'd like to hear from three of us. And if you don't raise your hand, I will call your name. So let me see. I'll wait for us to raise our hands before I call on names. Okay, Miss Emma, you're asking for the weakness of the explorer. The weakness of aimless wandering. Aimless wandering. Yes, that's the weakness. Aimless wandering. Okay. Can you put up the slide for the lover? I sure can. Let's go back to the lover. Okay, sorry, let me see who asked the question. Miss Sandra Onyeme Lukwe. Miss Sandra. Okay, so this is the lover. Oh, sorry, this is not the lover. I'm still on the explorer. Lover was the first one. Yes, this is the lover. Intimacy, they're big on intimacy, deep connections, not just surface connections, deep connections. A lover and a teacher who has a lover archetype wants to really connect with each child in their class. They want the child to know them, within their class. So they want the parent they want to connect with that parent. And a child who has a lover archetype wants to be known by you, wants to connect with you. The weakness, since we've been asking about weaknesses, they desire to please others. So sometimes not even owning their own authenticity. So a lover has to be careful to own their authentic selves and not always want to please other people. Okay, so let me see which other question. I still want to hear from three people, so please raise your hand. Okay, Sandra's gotten that. A very good question from Mr. Adekunle. it possible to have 2 archetypes out of the 4? First of all, there are 12. There are 12 archetypes. Now, one of the things I said at the beginning is there is a dominance archetype. What that means is there are other archetypes. So yes, it is possible, but one is dominance. So you need to identify your dominant or dominating archetype. There are others. Yes, it's possible to have traits from the others and even maybe have a sub-dominant one if you like. Okay. Mr. Riza Itodo is asking, is there a likelihood to have the 4 cardinals in one person? Wow. Is it possible? That question is a tricky one because the 4 can dominate in one person. They can exist in varying degrees in a person, but they can't dominate. So yes, you can have the 4 cardinals, which means you have different traits expressing in a person. But the key thing to be able to unlock this archetype, the strength of an archetype, is to know your dominant one. The emphasis rather is on your dominant one. And then you can identify maybe your second dominant one. But if you know your dominant one and you can own it and work with that very well, then you've made progress significantly than trying to have all of them. No, be very contenting in your own archetype and the one that dominates you. Bear in mind that it is your original pattern. It's actually how you were originally wired. In fact, there's very little that can be done. You can suppress your dominant archetype. You can suppress it, but it's there. It's there. So rather than suppress it, discover it, hone it, refine it, work with it, and let the best of it emerge. Okay? So Mr. Derrida is saying archetypes will be similar to genes. There's the dominant one, they're the dominant traits, and they're the recessive traits. I like that parallel. Thank you for that, sir. I like that parallel. Okay, I wanted us to go on break by 12, but I must hear from someone. So I may call on somebody. Let me see who I don't really know too well. Okay. Reward, also your face stuck out. Reward is like, is it me? So Reward, I want to hear from you. And don't forget to introduce yourself. Okay, can you unmute? Are you able to unmute? Can you see the mic? Okay, click on it. I hope she's not logged off. Is Reward still here with us? I hope she didn't mistakenly log off. Okay. Okay. Let me see who have I not read from. Many people have Mr. Oderinde's name, but it's actually a different face. So maybe they use Mr. Oderinde's link to log on. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that Reward? Okay, Gloria, you're saying that people use Mr. Oderinde's.
Yes, it was about 7 of them that logged in with his link. So he complained, and I told him that he shared his link with them. So that is why they are showing like that. That's why I asked them to make sure that the pictures are, so that we'll know who they are.
Yes.
Sorry, the people can actually change their names so we can, I've tried to private chat each one of them, so they can please just change their names.
Amazing.
Yes, you do. You're just using Mr. Adoride's link. Please change your name. You can do it.
So the person who said can be similar to genes, is it actually Mr. Aderinde himself or one of Mr. Aderinde's impersonators? Who I would like to know who made the parallel to genes. Who was it? Okay. Okay, let's carry on. Is reward back? Do we have reward back with us? Okay. If reward is not back, I'll call someone else. Okay. Teresa. Teresa, I want to hear from you. What have you learned so far? Have you discovered your archetype? Or is there one that is resonating with you? Teresa, you removed your video. I'm going to come back to you, Teresa. Are you trying to unmute? Okay, you're trying to unmute. Oh, why are people struggling with this unmuting? Okay, you've unmuted. Okay. Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, ma.
Yes. Introduce yourself.
Yes, ma. Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Good afternoon, ma.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma. I've been very much enlightened.
Great.
But the one that resonates with me very well is the hero archetype.
Wow.
Having a good mastery of my area of specialization. And I do everything to make sure that, okay, that area, whatever I'm given, I do my best to show forth mastery, show forth competence, and not to show any sign of weakness. And I don't want to be seen in the light of, oh, you don't know what you're doing. So I put in my best to do what I can do best.
Yes.
Yes.
That is so good. So can you introduce yourself to us? We want to know your the subject you teach, your role in OSTRA schools, what you've learned from previous trainings very quickly, and if you have a side hustle or a hobby.
Okay. I teach in the elementary, so I handle all the subjects.
Okay.
I teach year 2.
Okay.
So I handle all the subjects. Yeah.
Do you have a hobby or a side hustle?
Yes, I have a side hustle. I do private coaching, and I also buy and sell.
Okay. What do you coach on?
Just children, not young children.
Okay.
Early age.
Early years. Okay. Okay.
Early years, yes. Early years.
Great. So can you tell me one thing you've learned from the previous trainings that have been held thus far?
Okay. The one that really the one I really learned from is communication. I learned that there are lots of stakeholders, and if communication is not handled properly, there'll be a gap, and if there's a gap, the business, there'll be there won't be growth, efficient growth. So if all the stakeholders are taken care of, are carried along properly, then there will be growth, notable growth in any organization. So there shouldn't be an assumption that everybody knows what they are doing. If you're communicating, then it has to be very clear and concise, so that there is no ambiguity, or like someone is thinking you're saying something else when you mean this. So it has to be very clear language. It has to be precise. And I also learned something that when like one of my colleagues said that when there's a WhatsApp group and there are lots of rules they gave, but the one that really interested me is when you're using block letters to type. They said it means you're shouting.
Shouting, yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Amazing. Wow. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you so much. Great to know you some more and to hear from you. Okay, so was Mr. Chima who said archetypes can be as similar to genes. Amazing. Okay. Joy said, I like this question. How can a teacher with an outlaw or rebel archetype refine his or her personality to be appreciated by others, especially in a group? The funny thing is, this is where communication comes in. With an outlaw, and I would like for some others to chime in, with a child who has an outlaw archetype, and the outlaw archetype being that archetype that just believes rules are to be broken, they just want to go a different direction. You need to communicate with that child and help the child, understand why the rules have been set up the way they have been. But ask the child, okay, what is your alternative? Or why have you chosen to break this rule? Let me know. Is there something about the rule that is not working? You have to reason with someone that has an outlaw archetype. You have to be able to reason with them, and don't discard that child to say, okay, or to think as though they are just rebellious. Yes, that is a weakness. But if you can reason with them and bring them to, to understand why the rules are set the way they are, but also you yourself try and understand what it is they are running away from or rebelling from, and see if that knowledge can help you redefine the way the rules are, or the way your classroom, the way you set up the rules in your business or your classroom, right? So understand, try and reason with them. Like I said, sometimes they are the worst people to work with, not even just as children, but even as colleagues. As colleagues. But if you can just take yourself, depersonalize yourself from it, then you will see what it is that they are just like rebelling from. I once had a lady so many years back, very good lady, but I found that she had a bit of an outlaw sort of archetype. And then when closer interaction with her, I realized that she liked things done in a particular way. And the way we're doing it she didn't just like that way. So I said, okay, let me understand your own style and see what I can learn from your style and introduce to our own style. And we had a little bit of peace, though she could not stay too long with us, but I learned something from her. So there's something to be learned from them. There may be something you are doing, or there be something about the way the classroom is, or the way you're teaching, that is not just working. You can actually learn from an outlaw archetype child or an outlaw archetype colleague. Just depersonalize the lack of wisdom. And if you're on this call and that's your archetype, like I said, you need wisdom. Otherwise, there'll be too many abrasions with people when you are interacting with people. So that's a great question. Okay, Mr. Oja is asking to display the sage archetype again. So just before I display that, does anybody have any other response to the question that Ms. Joy Olutime asked? Does anyone else want to contribute to that question? Remember, we're all learning from each other here. Anybody else wants to contribute to that very quickly? Let me see if any hands are up. Let me just change the view. Okay, Joy, let's hear from you. You asked the question. Yes. And introduce yourself, Joy.
Okay, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you well, yes.
Okay, good afternoon, ma'am. Please, my name is Miss Olutime Joy. Year 8 Gold Tutor. Okay, and also teach English. Sorry, the question I actually asked is not pertaining to just
children. Yeah, okay.
it's not pertaining to a teacher and student relationship. I asked the question just in respect of maybe a situation where you have a teacher with such archetype and is in a meeting with maybe management staff and maybe some other people and making some contributions.
Yeah.
There are times when people will just want to revolt or think maybe the person is being rebellious or the person is, I think at times there will be some frictions. I was just thinking if there's any way the person can actually present his or her opinion without other people finding fault or thinking the person is against the school or against the rules or something. So I'm thinking if you can be more practical, maybe letting us know so that if at times too, if we find ourselves in such situations, so I will be able to do it in a manner that people would also appreciate and see reasons with someone with such behavioral difference. So it doesn't look as if the person is, thank you, sorry. So it doesn't look as if the person is not in line with what is happening or is against his place of work. I don't, because most times I discovered that especially in our settings or maybe in the country, people want to always have, they always at loggerheads. People don't want to, give them a second listening ear or something. I don't know if you've maybe observed such. If there's any way you can help through your wealth of knowledge. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for that great question, Joy. So if the person has an outlaw archetype, has a difference of opinion, that person needs to actually intentionally learn interpersonal skills, because it doesn't matter as much what your opinion is as it matters how you communicate that opinion that you want to share. The how behind it really matters. You need to have some interpersonal skills. How you raise the points is important. You need wisdom, even in knowing the timing to bring up that point. And also the posture of your heart also matters. Are you trying to fight, or do you actually want to see a change? Because when you reflect on, okay, what is the posture of my heart on this? What do I really want at the end of the day? After I share this opinion of mine, what do I want after this? With the right posture of heart, with some intentionality in your packaging, in use of words, because words again are powerful, especially with oral communication, spoken communication is very powerful. If you watch some Yoruba movies, before they fight physically, they fight with words. This person will just lambast and say this, say that, say that. The other person from their coven, they reply with words. Do you know when I did this, when I did that, I'm the one that shook this, shook that, is words. Because words are powerful. So you have to be intentional as to how you use your words to express that difference of opinion you have. And finally, I would say, show understanding of the other parties. If you show understanding of why things work a particular way, and then use that to now bring in your difference of opinion. So it's basically a skill on packaging. To now to use that packaging to express your difference of opinion. But one needs to apply wisdom. Sometimes, if you have an outlaw archetype, read your message again before you send it. Send it somewhere else. Read it again. Don't be, someone with an outlaw archetype should not be too quick to speak, because you can be easily misjudged. So you have to sort of rein it in a little bit, read that message again. How is this coming out? If I'm to be the president tomorrow and they sent a screenshot of this message that I sent, how will it look? So that reflection is important. So I hope that helps to an extent.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. And
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Greater thanks to you. I really appreciate the honesty and the vulnerability of the question. So thank you very much. Awesome. Okay, so we've heard reward is back. Oh,
thank you, ma'am.
and we need to go on a break now. But let me just quickly display the stage. Yes, Mr. Chima is the one that did the parallel with Jeans. Reward is saying sorry, her network is bad. Okay, I will come. Okay, let me quickly read this so I can finish on the comments. Mr. Chima said, I perceive. Mr. Chima is like, I said you. Mr. Chima, I perceive that every archetype communicates differently. Yes, so true, Mr. Chima. So where's Mr. Chima? I want to see Mr. Chima's face. So where's Mr. Chima? Mr. Chima, please unmute. I want to hear your voice. Mr. Chima, where are you? Okay, I can't find you, but if you unmute and say something, that would be great. Mr. Chima said he perceived that every archetype communicates differently. That is true. And as a leader, you will have them in your team. The way they communicate, the way an archetype communicates is different. One archetype communicates is different from another archetype. In their response, okay? In their response, okay, good afternoon, sir. Where are you?
I'm fine. I'm sorry, my camera. I don't know what's happening to my camera. I'm trying everything possible.
Okay, but I can tell that you are engaging, so thank you for that. And you're right that in their response to superiors and subordinates, relationships to structure and form, the goal is for all to see their perspective in their. The goal is to see their perspective in their unique sense from a bird's eye view. Yes, yeah. Can you explain that very quickly for us, what you mean by that?
Somebody said, if you're trying to communicate,
yes,
to find out what does the person want to hear. The story I read in Peter F. Drucker's book was, if a tree fell in the forest and nobody was there, did it make a sound? And somebody said, no, because there was nobody to receive it. It's a feedback thing. It goes back to the communication we had, the seminar we had.
Yes.
And my take on it was that communication is like three-pronged. Communication is perception, communication is expectation, and communication makes demands. So when we have somebody else who's at the other side of the fence, ask ourselves, from where is it coming from? What is it? What baggage is he bringing to bear? Good intentions are all there, but how is he seeing the world from his own point of view? Is he a competent? Is he a willing ally? Is there anything? If we win them over, we find out that they are not the enemy. They can be different for sure, but they're not better or worse. They're not the enemy, but just a different approach to anything. That can be harnessed.
That is so good. And my takeaway from what you said is that, you know, a person's archetype informs their view of the world.
Yes, please.
And how they interact with people and how they interact with the world. So true. And when we have that bird's eye view, when we have that bigger picture thinking and understanding of, okay, this is this person's archetype, that's why this person has interpreted this way. Yeah, we can have them as friends where you'll be wondering, why did you interpret it this? It's just that person's archetype. And even in relationships, certain archetypes clash and certain archetypes can work better together.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, amazing. Okay, Mr. Julius is asking, can archetype be hereditary? A big yes. A big yes, because archetype is actually also even informed by your genetics, is informed by your nature and your nurture. So yes, it is to a large extent, there is a very active hereditary angle to archetypes. In fact, that is why you will see people from a certain tribe act a particular way. That's just how they are wired. So yes, it's very hereditary. It can be very, very hereditary. For the outlaw, Mr. Onyema is saying the person must present everything with wisdom and use the right timing and also show respect. Yes, I like that inclusion of respect as well, because sometimes outlaws can be seen to be rude or disrespectful, and they don't mean to be. They're just trying to get their point across and they've not taken time to process it. So we're now reminded to also show respect and just be intentional about that. Wow, amazing. So what we're going to do now, I'm going to quickly show the sage side, And then we're going to go on a break and come back at 12:30. You can keep your screen on, you can stay logged on, but I really need you to just get up and move for a few minutes. Take water, talk to your husband or wife or child, or just do something. Okay, this is the sage. This is the sage for Mr. Oja. This is the sage. And I think, Mr. Chima, I think you have the sage archetype. I don't know. I'm just inferring. So yes, this is the sage. Intelligence is big. They're big on intelligence. They seek out the truth. They like, to study details, get information. Yes, and they have strong analytical skills. So this is the slide on the stage. They're scholars, they're experts. So you can take a screenshot of this slide if it resonates with you. It can be a recessive archetype if you like, and for some of you it may be a dominant archetype. And I'm looking forward to the end because I'm going to ask some of us what our archetypes are. Okay, the time is 12:24. So we're going to come back at 12:30 in 6 minutes. And Mommy, when we come back, I'd like you to say a few words to us before we carry on with the rest of the training. So please feel free to to stop your videos at this stage because you want to either use the restroom or do something. I would actually say, please don't log off if possible, but if you do, please make sure to be back by 12:30. So we have just 5 minutes. I look forward to seeing us back very soon.
Lord, I just wanna thank you. How could I ever repay? Jesus, you're taking the pains away from me, and you've given me victory. Yeah, everywhere I go, blessings follow. Anything I do, favor follow. Kicks are coming to my rising. I'm going higher by the grace of God. Oil on my head, oil on my head, increase in my hands, increase in my hands, speed on my feet, speed on my feet. Everywhere I go now, everywhere I go now, there's oil on my head. I can't even go for head, increase in my hands, increase in my hands, speed on my feet, speed on my feet. Everywhere I go now, everywhere I go.
Like the tree planted by the rivers of waters, my lips are evergreen. I'm going upward, upward and forward, forward ever is. Everywhere I go, favor follow me, child. Everything I do, increase plenty. It's blessings in abundance. When I call, I'll be answered. I can never go down. No, 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 no. Oil on my head, oil on my head. Increase in my head, increase in my head. Speed on my feet, speed on my feet. Everywhere I go, oil on my head, increase in my head, increase in my head. Speed on forehead. I carry your forehead. I carry your forehead. Speed on my feet. On my feet. Speed on my feet. Everywhere I go. Star magic.
Okay, it's 12:30. I'm sure we'll have some people logging back on shortly. Let me see. We have 37 of us. Okay, so let me just read some comments as we're all settling back in. Now is always a good time to connect, to chat, to interact whilst we're waiting for others to log on. Thank you, everyone, for all your comments. Okay, I think I'm up to date with all the comments. I'll go back and see if there's anyone I missed. We have 6 more archetypes to discuss. So what I will do, I'll do a quick review of the ones that we already talked about. So remember, there are 12 archetypes. Okay, let me go back to, so I'll just do a quick, very quick review of the archetypes. So there are 4 cardinal points. There's ego, there's freedom, there's social, and there's order. And these are the 12. These are how the 12 cardinal points sort of revolve around it. If you actually do a Google search on 12 archetypes, you'll see different expressions of it. So you can actually do further research on the different archetypes. So we've looked at 6. We've looked at the lover archetype, and I know that some of us are lovers. We've looked at the hero, and we heard from, I think it was Teresa. Teresa said she's the hero archetype. So I'm sure some of us on this call have a hero archetype. Remember that there is a dominant archetype, and you may have some recessive archetypes. So some of us, the hero archetype is our dominant archetype, and as teachers, we express this archetype. For others, it's the magician archetype. For some of us, we like that wondrous, mystical, I make things happen archetype. And even in our businesses, for those of you that have side hustles, you may not have what it is your client has asked for, but you have a magician archetype approach to your business. You're like, I will make this happen. Don't worry. We'll do what needs to be done. So that's the magician archetype. The outlaw, the one who's seen as the rebel, who thinks rules are made to be broken. They are the ones who bring in revolution. They would challenge the system. When there was the Protestant war in Scotland, in many parts of England, there were some outlaws who drove those changes. And I mean, it literally caused a divide between in Ireland, where you have Northern Ireland and Ireland. So there are outlaw archetypes. There are people like that, and they drive revolution. They drive changes. Now, one way to help you identify your archetype is the process of elimination. So if you're still struggling to see, okay, which one am I? Think, okay, which one am I not? Then at least you know you've eliminated some, and you have the smaller category to work with. We looked at the explorer archetype, the one that just likes adventure. I want to be free and explore the world. That's the explorer archetype. Then there's the sage archetype, who intelligence. Oh, they like their intelligence, and they want you to know that they are scholars. Not out of a place of pride, but out of a place of they've earned it. They've read so much. They know they have they have quite an informed perspective on things. And they're exciting teachers to have. If you're a sage, if as a teacher you have the sage archetype, or you bring in some higher order thinking. You know, you're the type that would even tell us the etymology of a word. You know, there's a lot of intelligence in your style if you have the sage as an archetype. People who go on to even be consultants have some of them have that sage archetype at the heart because they seek out knowledge, the sage archetype, and your business may be the sage archetype. So I hope you're finding this exciting and you're beginning to discover which one you are and which one you are not. Let's see how many people. Let me stop share. Do we have? It's 12:35, so I think I've waited it out a bit now, and we're going to carry on. Let's see how many people we have on the call, back on the call. We have 45. I know at a point we had 58, so some people are not back, but not to worry. Those of you that are here, I see you. I see you showing your videos. Fagbami, Okpeyemi, I see you. I see us all, and I'll be mentioning our names from time to time. So let's go on to the 7th archetype. The 7th archetype is an innocent archetype, where their motto is free to be you. Sorry, I'm trying to remove this Zoom thing. It's just getting in my way. Let's see. Okay, free to be you and me. You know, innocence archetype. They don't think they're harmful people in the world. They're just free. Their core desire, the core desire of someone that has an innocent archetype or a teacher with an innocent archetype is paradise. Paradise, just a world free of care, free of worries. That's their desire, just everything nice and happy. And that's their goal, to be happy. Someone that has an innocent archetype wants to be happy. If your business has an innocent archetype, you want people to be happy when they engage with your business. If you're a teacher who has an innocent archetype, you want the children in your class to be happy because you too, you want to be happy. You don't like to see that somebody is sad around you because happiness is important to you. The fear of the innocent archetype is being punished for doing something wrong. And those are the ones that they would cry, they would sob. They feel so bad if they've done something wrong because they don't like for the wrong way to exist in their world. They want to please you. They want to do it right. The strategy of the innocent archetype is to be sure that they have done things the right way. If you have the innocent archetype as a colleague or as a fellow, as a teacher within your team, or even within your classroom, they don't upset things. And the innocent archetype, a sweet, peaceful archetype. The weakness of the innocent archetype, though, is being boring and almost being naive. But the talent of the innocent archetype is faith, is optimism, because they strive for paradise. So they are optimistic that paradise will emerge somehow. And sometimes they won't even stop until they create that paradise world. That is the innocent archetype. The innocent archetype can also be known as a saint or a romantic person or someone that is sort of naive. In fact, they may even be, you may think they are dull. It's not that they are dull. They're just naive. So they're not so connected to the realities of the world. And that's okay. That's just how they are wired. Maybe as a result of their nature, nurture, genetics, whatnot. That's just how they are wired. An example is Cinderella. Now, the teacher with the, or the person with the innocent archetype is always optimistic. That's the optimistic member of your team in search of happiness. The innocent is a ray of sunshine in any school. In any school, that innocent teacher is a ray of sunshine. This archetype finds the good in everything and everyone. In fact, if you gossip near an innocent archetype, you will enjoy the gossip. Gossip is not even good. It's not even good. Let's just see the good in this person. Let's not even talk about the bad in, not because they don't want to join you in your lamentations. That's just how they are wired. So they hear no evil, see no evil, want no evil. The innocents work hard to be there for others. Yes, the innocents can be very loyal. I have an uncle like that. Very loyal. Very, very loyal. And they create a sense of belonging. They are loving educators. An innocent archetype, a teacher who has an innocent archetype makes everyone feel welcomed. In fact, the music teacher in my children's school definitely has traits of this. He always has a smile on. He's just always happy. He's when you go for parent-teacher meeting, you can be rest assured there's nothing bad he will say about your child. He will tell you, when he plays the saxophone, he's always full of lovely things to say. You get up from his table and you are just happy. And little wonder, do you know in that same school, they get music scholarships a lot. Yes, they get music scholarships because of this music teacher, and he's phenomenal with his music. So that's the innocent archetype. Now, the creator. Oh, the creator archetype, their imaginations. The creator archetype, they are good, they make good chefs. When they cook up something or create something, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. If you can imagine it, it can be done. They like to create. They like to create. They are very skillful sometimes with their hands. And for some, the creation, they can express the creation to another person to bring to life. But they create, very imaginative. If your innate archetype, remember that your archetype is your original pattern. Is how God wired you. So now that you find yourself in whatever it is that you're doing as a teacher, or with your side hustle as a business owner, or you work with families, or you work with a team, because no man is an island. When you understand your archetype, your original pattern, it's a game changer in how you relate to people, and also makes you understand others as well. Their core desire, the core desire of the creator archetype, is to create things of enduring value. So you know when Mr. Yuba was talking about this child has gone on to work with, I think maybe Bidemi, there was a name he mentioned, something that has an enduring value, that you can trace the genesis to that creator's creation. That is their core desire. So if you're a creator archetype, this is your goal. You want that which you have created to have an enduring value. For some of you, this is your dominant archetype. For others, it might be a recessive archetype, but it's there nonetheless. It's there to a particular degree. And your goal is to realize a vision, to see the vision come to pass. Creators are also very visionary, right? They can see. And you know, one story that continues to amaze my mind is Jacob and the spotted cows. You know, Jacob, when Laban was about to release him, and he had to sort of, you know, get some, he could take some of the cattle away, the spotted cattle. What did Jacob do? He put spotted sticks in front of them for a long time, and especially when they were in their mating season. What happened? They gave birth to spotted calf. They had the vision in front of them, and somehow it did something in their brain and their bodies, and they produced spotted calf. Vision. The creator archetype is quite visionary. They've seen a picture. it's such a blessing. Not everybody is able to create in their minds like that and just have this picture and then see it come to pass. The greatest fear of someone who has a creator archetype, and I hope you're writing down. Don't say, oh, this is not my archetype, I won't write it down. No, because here I want by the grace of God that, and even I am going to revisit the exercise. Okay, this is what I'm not. A little bit of this is here. Okay, maybe I can even grade it and know, okay, which one is my dominant, which one is more dominant on a scale of 1 to 10. Okay, the greatest fear of a creator archetype is mediocre vision and mediocre execution. Oh, it irritates a creator archetype. Mediocrity irritates a creator archetype because they've seen higher. And so they don't want to settle for less. They want it to be better. Their strategy is to develop artistic control. And you know, there's an art to everything. We often say there's a science to everything. There's also an art. If you now combine science and art, oh, that is mastery on a superb level. When you bring in the science and you bring in the art, it's like flesh and bones. It's beautiful. And so the creator, you know, brings in artistic control in the way the creator would teach a subject. If you have a creator as a teacher, oh my goodness, your different senses, your different ways of learning will be activated and you will learn even more. It will sink in even more. The creator is good with revision techniques as well. The creator teacher can help children to revise better because there's a technique to revision. There's a technique to assimilation. Now, the task of the creator archetype is to create culture, or as my Ghanaian friends will say, culture. Express own vision. Their weakness, however, is perfectionism. Oh, the creator wants to get it right. The talent of the creator is obviously their creativity and their imagination. You probably may have noticed I skipped bad solutions, but let me just speak to it very quickly. Sometimes the creator's creation may not quite work out. It may not necessarily, it may just be fluff sometimes, but that shouldn't stop you from trying. Try again. Okay, the talent of a creator is creativity. Honestly, it's so beautiful. When you have, for those that have this as a dominant archetype, they can see things and just create. They can see Lego bricks and they've created something wonderful with those Lego bricks. They're also known as inventors. An example is Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, if anybody has watched it. So Okoyemi or Adetela, please help me admit people. There are quite a number. We can also make Mrs. Amomo a co-host so she can admit people as well. We now have 52 people back on the call. You may have missed the innocence archetype. That's why you should come back to class on time. Okay, so we carry on. The creator, also known as the artist or the inventor, desires freedom and originality. The artist or the creator as a teacher will transform lessons into creative experiences for their children, for their students. They are known for cleverness and independence. The creator or the artist makes an inspiring educator who always brings imagination into the classroom and into their community. They are very good ideators in the sense that they come up with very creative ideas. Very, very creative ideas. That is the creator archetype. And that's our 8th archetype. So now we go on to our 9th archetype. Excuse me, the ruler. The motto of the ruler Power isn't everything. Power is the only thing. If you have a ruler archetype, you like power. Oh, we have them. We have them as colleagues. We have them as as children. We have them as students. We have them as spouses. Power is all about power. In fact, if you check the kind of books they read, power, 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 power play, power, power, power. Power is the only thing. That's the motto of a ruler. They like power. Their core desire is control. The goal of the ruler archetype is to be prosperous and to be successful, very successful. Strategy, power. Exercise, power. I was watching Anikulapo, The Rise of the Scepter. That's the second half. You see that Bashorun, but if you've watched Anikulapo, if you've watched The Rise of the Scepter, Bashorun is a typical ruler archetype. He wanted the power to bring somebody back to life. He wanted the power of wealth. He just wanted power at all costs, to the point that he was even, giving the Oba a tough time. So that's a typical ruler archetype. Power, power, power. They want to be in control. That's it. And you will have them around you in whatever shape or form. The greatest fear is chaos. Their greatest fear is chaos or being overthrown, being unseated from their place of power. Once you take away power from a ruler archetype, you weaken that person. You weaken that person that has this archetype. Once you take away power, you've offended them big time, because their weakness is the authoritarians. That's the weakness of a ruler archetype. But the talent of a ruler archetype, if you want to go to sleep, have a ruler archetype doing certain things for you. Oh yes, they will take leadership well, take responsibility well. That is their strength. They are leaders. They're also known as leaders. They are aristocrats, kings, queens, politicians. Those are people that have ruler archetypes. Examples: Hillary Clinton, Queen Victoria. If you like history, some of the kings and queens, actually, again, nurture, had that ruler archetype ingrained in them. Remember that an archetype is not necessarily something you actually by yourself consciously put in you. No, it's just your original design. Whether you want to change it or accept it or refine it is another story. But at the very base of it, know it. Know it. Like I said at the start, some of you may be shocked that this is sounding like me. But just know it. Okay. The ruler can bring order to any situation. From a classroom to a teacher meeting. They don't like chaos. We're just going all over the place. No. They like they like control. A ruler archetype likes control. The rulers are stable. They are stable and they can be counted upon to always try to do their best, making them fantastic teammates, fantastic teachers, fantastic leaders. A teacher with a ruler archetype, you can go to sleep. Their classroom, things are in order. Yes, because they don't even like that they've lost control over their classroom. No, they like to maintain law and order and exercise their power. They also expect the best from those around them, which can be great, but it can also have its issues, because a ruler archetype has high expectations, has very high expectations of their students. So they would give their students, quite a bit to aspire to, and they expect more from you. So when you are a ruler archetype, you expect more from your students. You put the structures in place, you put in the control, They know you are in control. That's the ruler archetype. Okay, now the caregiver. This was the one I said I wanted to say something, speak to. I recently interacted with a business, and she said to me about 3 months into the interaction, I was like, you people have not sent me my bill. And she said, oh, their business archetype is a caregiver archetype. And I was like, wow, you know your archetype as a business. They just want to care for you. And they had cared for me so much. By the time they gave the bill, I didn't even think twice. I just knew these people have given me value. They've looked after me, sent their money to them. That's a caregiver archetype. They want to look after you. Love your neighbor as yourself. The way they are looking after themselves, they want to also extend the same to you. They've tasted something nice, or they've cooked a nice meal. They may even want to keep some. Let me keep this nice meal. I want to keep this nice meal. Let my mother taste this nice meal too. Oh, I bought this nice boo-boo from here. I want to give this to my sister, or I want this my best friend to also have that. Love your neighbor as yourself. That's the caregiver archetype. Their core desire is to protect and care for others. A number of these things, you would like to tell yourself that you have it. If you have it, it's good for you. Don't lie to yourself. If you don't have it, it's okay. It's not your archetype, it's okay. But if you have it, you have it. But remember that we are looking at the dominant ones. I would say maybe your top 3. But again, keep it simple and even your dominant one. Compare them and see, which one is more me than this other one. And it may be a 55-45 situation. But know your dominant one and know the others that are also featuring at the top. Don't deceive yourself to think you have all of them. No, you may have traces, but in the dominance of some are more than others. And know that and own it. That's where you'll find your success, mostly, than trying to master it all. The goal of a caregiver archetype is to help others. Yes, to help others. I actually believe that a very good teacher at heart definitely has an element of a caregiver. Definitely. Is it dominant? Is a different question. But there's an element of that. But for some people, this is their overriding goal. This is my executive assistant who is on this call. She's a caregiver. Caregiver wants to look after me. Okpayemi, shout out to you to help others, right? That's the caregiver's archetype. Their greatest fear, the greatest fear of a caregiver is when you're an ingrate. And let me just say, don't be an ingrate. Show gratitude. My mom would often say of Chinemerem, if Chinemerem wants to appreciate you like this, she will show gratitude. Well, where nobody is perfect, but you see, when you know how to show gratitude, it goes a long way. And caregivers are so grateful. They give care, so they appreciate care. They don't take it for granted. And their fear is that after they've shown you all that care, you now took them for granted, or you are just a selfish human being. They don't like that. A caregiver does not like that. Their strategy is doing things for others. In fact, it's almost others before them, the caregiver. That's why Mother Teresa is such a perfect example. They give care. They give care. They look after you. A caregiver teacher, a teacher who has a dominant caregiver archetype will look after you. You'll be tired. You'll be tired. They will look after you. You'll be very tired. Lovely, loving people. Weakness is martyrdom and being exploited. Sometimes caregivers are taken for granted. You can actually forget that, this person has done this or done that. Sometimes they're taken for granted, which is not good. So if you have a caregiver child or a caregiver colleague, show appreciation. Don't take them for granted. The talent of a caregiver, of someone who has a caregiver archetype, compassion and generosity. They can give, and give. My father on the hospital bed still gave money to a nurse. This is someone that he was dealing with his own treatment. He still wanted to give. Very generous. My mother, oh my goodness. My mother's account, her payroll for welfare, I don't understand it. It's more than what she even keeps for herself. It's as if my mother is happy when she empties her account because she just wants to give. She said I should leave her alone. That's what's making her happy. That's a caregiver for you. They just like to give and care. And if you're not a caregiver, don't worry. You're not a bad person. I'm just expressing those that have this as their archetype. That's how God has wired them. That's how they are made. That's their original design, their original pattern. It gives them the utmost satisfaction. They're also known as saints. Parents are caregivers. Again, very next tense. Very next tense. Not every parent has these traits. In fact, some parents, maybe 2% of caregiver trait that is inside them, but they will have another one that is dominant. Helpers, supporters. Mother Teresa, as I've said. Now, the caregiver makes an excellent teacher. They feel emotions deeply, and they offer parental-like protection. In fact, if you have a caregiver as a friend or as a colleague, they almost want to mommy and daddy you. That's just how they are wired. Don't think of it anyhow. They're just caregivers. They offer parental-like protection to those around them. Fantastic teachers. If your archetype is a caregiver, oh, parents will love you. Parents will love you. It's caregivers that make the lives of parents really easier. My son, when he joined the school he's in now, God gave him a caregiver archetype teacher. During COVID, she will meet with us for 30 minutes every day, 12 to 12:30. She will meet with us just to discuss his progress every single day during COVID. I could not believe it. Tell us what has happened, check with us, okay, what is he doing, what is he up to, kept us up to date. Do you know that after he finished year 4, she left, and I said, God, you brought this teacher for our son, made his transition to the school beautiful. Beautiful. Every year now he wins at least 2 awards. If you're a teacher who has a caregiver archetype, wow. Oh, parents will forever sing your praises. History thanks you for the care. Caregivers go over and beyond. Yes, over and beyond the point of duty. Or their call of duty. That's a caregiver. They wish to keep everyone in their vicinity free from harm. Students will likely feel safe and cared for with the caregiver as an educator. Even if you may not be teaching in the classroom, you may be working in the boarding house space, or you may be doing something else, or you are in the reception, or you are on the security team or safeguarding team. You can still express this caregiver archetype. If that is your core, own it, because people around you feel cared for. And fellow teachers will easily come to you for comfort and to be nurtured. You are a nurturer as a caregiver, or as a person with a caregiver archetype. We have 2 more to go. Now, the motto of the everyman is everyone is created equal. That's the everyman. We are all equal. Their code is that they want to connect with others. Their goal is to belong. They don't want to be left out or stand out from the crowd. Their strategy is to develop ordinary, solid virtues, and they're down to earth. Very down to earth. And every man archetype may struggle to be a capitalist because the idea of it, they don't really like it. I went for a training, and I remember it was something to do about wealth. And one girl asked me, she probably has every man archetype. She said, when does this pursuit of wealth stop? When does money become enough? Why can't people manage? Why are people striving for more? Like, is it not enough? The one you have, is it not enough? That's an every man archetype for you. Like, let's just, well, okay, everybody is equal, you know, but they don't want to be left out. They don't want to not be part of something. They also don't necessarily want to stand out from the crowd. They don't want to stand out from the crowd. I can tell you that this is not my archetype. If I don't know if there's a trace of this archetype in me, maybe very little. But for some people, it's the archetype. It's the archetype. They're happy to blend in and to belong. They don't like the spotlight on them. The weakness, however, of an everyman archetype is a loss of one's own self. Not necessarily really stepping into their true authentic identity because they want to blend in. So there can be that weakness. Their talents, very real. No pretense whatsoever. They're also known as the members, the orphans. An example is Will Smith. Yeah, Will Smith is an example. And as a teacher, I haven't put the notes here of an everyman teacher. But you see, an everyman teacher will not show favoritism in their classroom. Every child is created equal. An everyman teacher will not say, because this child is this person's child, this is why I will treat this child differently. No. An everyman teacher sees their children as equal, as it were. Parents, the same thing. No particular favoritism expressed in any way. So you can be rest assured that there will be no nepotism or any preferential treatment of one child against another if your child is being taught by an everyman archetype type of person. Wow. Before we go to the last archetype, I now want to pause for some interactions. So I'm going to stop share and I want to hear from us. I'm going to call names at this stage because we need to speak. Okay, let me see who I haven't heard from. Or who hasn't dropped a chat. Mr. David Ayodimeji, let's hear from you. And please introduce yourself. You know how we've been doing it.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you so far for the training. My name is Oluwokere Ayodimeji from OSTRA. I teach biology. From the previous seminar, what I've learned so far pertaining creating a safe space. So as a teacher, your teaching environment has to be encouraged enough for students to learn. So if as a teacher you are not creating a safe place, then the students will not be interested in learning. So you have to create a safe place. Then pertaining communication also, there's always a level of communication is essential. Whatever as a teacher, in the aspect of communication, you have the student as the receiver. So when you are communicating, you should ensure that even the receiver are there receiving what you are passing across. Also, pertaining communicating, you also tend to communicate to people at the management level. So communication does not just entail between the teacher and the learner, so it also goes beyond the learner. You also have the parents that you have to communicate with, also the management also. So that's for the previous seminar. So for today's seminar so far, I've enjoyed what you've given out so far, and I've picked out some of my own archetypes listed here. I have a bit of my main archetype here is the lover. The lover. Then I have a bit of innocence and caregiver. So the only aspect pertaining to the lover, then you talked about the weakness of the lover. That the lover they don't like being alone as one of their weakness. So I'm not the kind of person that don't like being alone. Some of my colleagues do see that this man, most of the time I like being alone. So that is not my own personal weakness. And then pertaining to innocence, like making people happy. It's one of those things I enjoy doing, especially my students. My students, I have a good relationship with them, and let me use the word no dull moment between me and the students. So, and then for the caregiver, you talked about to protect and care for others. Just as you said, every teacher are meant to have either it is their own main character or traces. So it's also part of me being a part of my archetype to protect and also to care for others, to protect the students. I'm a class teacher, year 9 on. So the students I have to protect them, care for them as a class teacher, and even for the students I teach also. So thank you very much, ma'am.
Wow, thank you. Is David your first name?
Ayodimeji.
Oh, Ayodimeji is your first name. Wow. You didn't tell us if you have a side hustle or a hobby.
I used to have to due to some situations I stopped.
Okay, so do you have a hobby? Is that something you do outside of teaching?
Something I do aside teaching. Nothing really.
Oh, you don't want to tell us? And it's okay. It's okay. But just to add some more points to what you said about the lover having a fear of being alone. Now, it's not like being in their own space. In fact, if anything, lovers actually enjoy their own company as well. It's that they don't have people to connect with. So on a long-term basis, they don't want to be islands by themselves. They want to know that there are people they can connect with. So it's not so much space being by yourself at any point in time, as it is an absence of people to connect with. I don't know if you understand the difference.
Yeah, I do.
Yes. Yes. So if a lover has not been able to connect, either in church or in your classroom or in the mosque or in some other sort of circle for a prolonged period of time, that becomes an issue. So it's not the alone time.
Right.
But thank you for mentioning that. I really like that because it has given me the opportunity to explain it some more to others in the house who may also have the lover archetype. So
Thank you very much.
Oh, my pleasure. So good to hear from you, Ayodimeji. And I'm sure, what class do you teach biology? You said, is it year 8 or?
No, biology, that's year 10, 11, and 12.
Okay, great. Wow. How long have you been at OSTRA for?
Going to 3 years now.
Oh, wonderful.
No, sorry, 2 years.
2 years.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ayodimeji. Okay, does anyone? Thank you. Thank you. Does anyone else want to speak, or I'm going to call 2 more people. But if you want to speak, please raise your hand because that's my preference. And some of you still have Oluroko, Mr. Oderinde's name. So I can see a lady with Mr. Oderinde's name who hasn't changed her name. Okay, So, Mrs. Oriaku, I would love to hear from you. And I'm glad that Ayodimeji spoke to your training on creating, you know, a safe space for different learners. So let's hear from you, ma'am.
So, good afternoon, ma'am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you very well. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. So far, I've really enjoyed today's training.
Amazing.
And from the past training, communication, wow, that was a good one. It's not just about the classroom and the children. We have a lot of stakeholders.
Yes.
The parents, just like the ones that spoke earlier on said, the parents are heads, and every other department, the cleaner, the gate man, the children, all are meant to communicate very well. All right, then concerning planning, where when you don't plan, then you plan to fail. So, but for today, for me, I think I am trying to discover myself.
Okay.
I'm somehow a caregiver. I have those qualities. And also, though I told myself, I said, after now, I'm still going to go back to look at it very well and then discover who I am.
Yes.
I'm also an explorer. I like exploring. When I see things, I want to find out. I want to know how far I can go with it.
Yes.
I like exploring. Also, I'm also a creator.
Wow.
I like creating.
Yes.
Like apart from teaching, I've dived into production. I produce a lot of things.
Wow.
I even do supplies. So, apart from that, I'm also a business person. I like discovery. So I'm into, like you said, we are looking at the domain, the one that dominance in you. So I don't really know for now. I'm still going to go back and look at the materials that you've shown to us and really find out who I am. I want from teaching, I love singing.
Wow.
And also, like I said earlier on, I think I'm also, when it comes to caregiving,
yes,
I want to know the best way to help you. As a parent in my class, I would like to study you and then want to know how to help you out. And give you. Thank you, ma'am.
Wow.
I'm happy, glad to be part of this training.
Oh,
thank you.
so glad to have you. You know, you're the one that reached out to me and said you want to deliver this training. You got the show started. You really got the show started. So there's definitely a strong element of a creator and explorer archetype there. Definitely. Definitely. Amazing. Thank you so much, ma'am. So we have Martha's hands up, but I think I'm seeing another face. Is that Mrs. Anakwe's face I'm seeing? Miss Martha. So Martha, oh, you have your hand up. Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Okay, based on the architect,
yes,
I follow that creator, caregiver, and a part of a bit of a magician.
Okay.
But I want to ask a question.
Yes.
I want to know what kind of architect, where it's for. Like, I like when being given a task in school, like a group work. I like taking my own portion and isolating myself. I work better when I'm alone. Yes, I work better when I'm alone. Then when I'm done, I come back, I join the group again. So what kind of, where does that fall in? Thank you.
Amazing. So do you mean where does it, this is Anna Kwe, am I right?
Mr. Akuma. That's Mrs. Akuma.
Mrs. Akuma. Okay, Mrs. Akuma. Sorry, Mrs. Akuma. I recognize the face, but I was trying to get the name. Mrs. Akuma. Is it Mrs. Florence Akuma?
Yes,
is what your first name?
Yes,
Florence.
So, did I get her first name?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, amazing, amazing. Great to have you and see yourself and Martha together today. So Martha, let me be sure I understand your question. Is it about your archetype or how you work?
As in, where does that kind of archetype, where does it fall in? Working alone.
So working alone is a strategy, and any of the archetypes can actually choose to work alone. Your archetype is more a case of your disposition, not necessarily it informs the strategy that you use, but we can't box the fact that you want to work alone as an archetype, if that makes any sense. Because your archetype is more, you already said you have a magician archetype where you want to get it done. And so the strategy with which you use to get your stuff done is to just isolate yourself, be alone, because you want to be able to have that free thinking space. So that's the strategy that works for you in how you express your magician archetype. Not that it is necessarily an archetype in and of itself. It's simply how you work. And there will be other people that work in the same way but have different archetypes.
Okay. The reason why I'm asking, because sometimes some of my colleagues think is maybe I don't want to mingle with people, or I don't like crowd or something.
Yes. As if you're almost like
try to explain. They don't get it.
So that again, I missed that.
I try to explain that that's how I work. They don't seem to get it.
Wow. Hopefully now they will get it. They will know that and this is the thing. We need to understand that we are all different. And we can't expect people to conform to a particular pattern. Even a mother that has twins, everyone is different. The twins from the same womb, different people. So that's how you are, that's how you work. And hopefully now your colleagues have a better understanding that this is how Martha likes to get her job done. And maybe you don't want them to see the science and the art of how you are getting it done. Let me just quietly, you will see the results. But my strategy is in silence. But I will get it done. Exactly, right?
Thank you, Ma.
Thank you both. Thank you so much. It's great to hear from you again. Thank you. Okay, so we have some comments, and because we're going to be wrapping up very soon, and there's still some people I haven't heard from. Yes, Mr. Oderinde is appealing. Please change your name because we have so many Mr. Oderindes responding. So I don't know who is who. Okay, so Mrs. Amata said she didn't get the 11th archetype. So I would, just before I go on to the final archetype, which is the jester, I would show the 11th archetype, which is every man. Okay, so I think, is this the real Mr. Oderinde that has answered? I think it is, yes. Let me see. Okay, somebody that has OO, who's most likely not Mr. Oderinde, said, I feel the caregiver and the lover archetype have the same attributes. They are similar, but they are not the same. I hear you. I hear you. They're in the same cardinal area, if my memory serves me right, but they have differences. The thing with the lover is more of connection. The caregiver is more of service, is more of helping. A lover archetype may not necessarily be too bothered about whether or not help has been rendered. Theirs is to connect deeply with someone. But the caregiver, beyond the connection, because it's a social archetype, the caregiver wants to give care, wants to actually serve. So they're different. They're similar, but they are different. So should you be wondering which of the two you are in, what is more important to you? Is it to have connected with the child, or with your colleagues, or with your supervisors, or is it to give care? Which one is more? They are both important to both archetypes. But for the lover, is the connection that is key. For the caregiver, it is the care that has been provided that is key. So which one is more dominant for you? That would give you a clue as to if these two are your, if you are thinking, okay, these are my dominant archetypes, that should hopefully help you distill the difference and discover which one is more your archetype. Okay. Miss Angela Upong said the lover and innocent archetypes looks the same. Again, they may be similar, but they are not the same. The lover isn't necessarily naive. In fact, the lover isn't naive to an extent. They could display some naivety, but they are quite connected and engaged with what's happening around them. The innocent isn't quite. And the innocent always wants happiness around them. So everything is just paradise. In fact, sometimes they may even come across as dull. Remember I said that, or lazy. Not that they are, they just want a very peaceful, no troubled type of life. So they are similar, but they are different. And you must understand the difference so that you don't confuse them and think, okay, this is, oh, I'm a lover and I'm an innocent. Some lovers are not innocent. No. And some innocent people are not necessarily lovers. If anything, innocent person just wants to enjoy life and just be happy. Whether it's by themselves or with other people, they just want to enjoy. Their own primary goal is happiness, while that of the lover is connection. Okay. So that is from Angela. Another Mr. Oderinde. Okay, Mr. Oladayo Samson said he doesn't get the innocent archetype. I'll quickly revisit it, but I've already spoken to it a bit. But I'll quickly revisit it when I go back to sharing my screen. Another Mr. Oderinde, we don't know who this person is. Okoyemi, I saw your comments. Thank you. Another archetype. Sorry, no, I feel I have a bit of a caregiver. Another Mr. Oderinde is saying, I feel I have a bit of caregiver, a lover, not power drunk at all. I like equality too. Okay. Every man. Every man. I don't know who this Mr. Oderinde is, so it will be great to know. Okay, Mr. Fagbami Okoyemi said, please, ma'am, how do you tutor an explorer child? Wow, they actually even, you take them on an adventure. Oh, take them on an adventure with an explorer child. You will win that child's heart if you can take them on an adventure. Make it fun. Let there be something for them to discover. Let there be something that is exciting ahead. Take them on a journey. For an explorer child, take them on a journey. Make it an adventure. Make the experience for the child an adventure. And you would have done such a great job by that child. Okay. Doctor, I missed out after the break session. How do I catch up? So I'm going to upload this video on YouTube. I'll make it a private link. So when the link is sent to you, when the link is sent out, you can then watch it again and catch up. But I can quickly talk about what I said on the after the break session, which is the innocent one, which I think Oladayo Samson has also asked. So let me just see. I think I've caught up with the comments. Okay, so someone asked for, so the innocent, and was there another one I was asked for? I think it's just the innocent. Okay, so Mrs. Amateshero wants the everyman, and then somebody else wants the innocent. The innocent, that means you came back late. If you missed the innocent archetype, you came back to the session late. But I will quickly go through that one. That was the innocent archetype. And basically, this innocent archetype is just all about happiness, paradise, wants to do things right, doesn't want to be on the wrong path at all. And so their fear is to be punished because they got it the wrong way. At the core of a child who has an innocent archetype, or of you yourself as a teacher, is you feel bad if you've gotten something wrong. You really feel bad. So, for example, there are one or two things I've seen on the slide, and I'm like, oh, I'm not happy. This should have been done differently. But I don't necessarily have a dominant innocent archetype. So I don't feel bad. I'm fine with mistakes. But for some people, they don't like it at all because their archetype is one of innocence and purity and let me do right at all times. Very optimistic people, and lovely people, very lovely people to have around you. So when let me just read this bit. Innocent work hard to be there for others. They create a sense of belonging, and they're a ray of sunshine. They're a ray of sunshine. They want to know, these are the rules. In fact, the innocent, if anything, is the opposite of the outlaw. The innocent wants to toe the right path. They don't want to err at all. So that's the innocent. Okay, now let's quickly go back to the 11th archetype is the everyman. It's just, in this, should I say, is a socialist. Everybody is equal, treat everybody equally, very down to earth, not necessarily even sort of overly ambitious in terms of, okay, maybe success or wealth or things like that. Very real people. That is the 11th one. Now, the final, the final archetype. And I'm telling you, some people are wired this way. This is how God made them. Their motto. In fact, if you had them in university, I think my husband was telling that they call them arrow. They just like life. Their motto is you only live once. They may not necessarily be your studious of people. They may be intelligent, but they like enjoyment and fun and making people laugh. Their motto is this life, you only live once. YOLO, that's their motto. Their core desire is to live in the moment with full enjoyment, full maximum, we talk about maximum impact. The jester is full enjoyment. And their goal is to lighten up the world. If you have a jester around you, oh, you will have a good laugh. You will have a good time. You will just enjoy being in their space. People that have this as their archetype, it comes naturally. In fact, in some cases, they are even natural comedians. They just make you laugh. They exude happiness. They really do. Because that's who they are at their core. Their greatest fear, though, is being bored. They don't like being bored. They want to make people laugh. They want there to be something to do. They're not okay with boredom. And you will have them as children in your class that you are teaching. In fact, I'm sure after this training, when you go back to school during the week, you say, okay, this child, don't worry, I now understand your archetype, and it will help you in dealing with them. And you yourself, by the grace of God, should have a better understanding of your archetype and how to communicate based on your archetype. The strategy of a jester archetype is play. Play, play, play. So if you are a jester archetype person, if you being a jester is your archetype, you like play. You like being funny, you like jokes. And if you have a child who is a jester, play with them. Play with them. Don't be too serious. If you're too serious around a jester, you're just making life too uptight. Don't be too serious all the time with a jester. If you have a jester as a child, you must learn to play. You must learn to laugh and be funny. Sometimes even be silly. It's okay. Just have fun. That is how jesters are. Their weakness, though, is frivolity. So they have to know where to draw the boundaries, and they can waste time. And you're like, okay, now is not the time for smiling. or for laughing. Let's be serious now. So that can be a weakness. Their talent, joy, 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 joy. Also known as the comedian. Examples, Jim Carrey has a jester archetype. If you've actually watched, and the funny thing is, Jim Carrey actually has a bit of melancholy. But if you watch interviews with him, he wants to make you happy. He wants to make you laugh. He wants to crack a joke. That is the jester archetype. Now, as the name suggests, the jester loves to laugh. They inspire their peers and students to not take themselves too seriously and to enjoy life. This is why I really like wrapping up with the jester. They are excellent at breaking down other people's walls. So if you think you are all that and a bag of chips, the jester will be like, oh, please, what is this? They're just, but sometimes they can be too carefree. But they make fantastic teachers. Their classes are not boring. If you're a jester, oh, your class will be fun. Your child wouldn't have just gotten distracted because somehow you've made learning enjoyable. We have now come to the end of the 12 archetypes, but we're going to do some more interactions before we call it a day. I don't know if my mom is back in the room because I wanted her to say some things. Let me quickly check. Okay, not at the moment. Okay, great. So we're going to do some interactions now, and we're going to summarize. I'll go back to the where we have all the archetypes as we sort of wrap this up and then interact with one another. People who haven't spoken, I would love to hear from you. I'll read the remaining comments and I'd like for you to raise your hands. So if you haven't done so already, if this is really important to you, I'm actually going to give you about a minute. I will talk through it, or 2 minutes. I will talk through it, but please just do the task. Now, what is this task? If you haven't already, write down all 12 archetypes on a sheet of paper. Write it down. And what you're going to do is either by process of elimination or by, okay, no, I'm definitely this. Identify what you're not and which ones you think resonate with you. Whichever method works best for you. But we need to shortlist. We need to shortlist. I have our amazing country manager for Brains and Butter on the call, Mrs. Adetola Aneyo. She is fantastic at just bringing some order. Okay, where are we going to next? Let's now bring this home. We've said plenty of things. Okay, let's channel this. So shout out to Mrs. Aneyo. So I want us to do that. So please, I hope you've been writing down as I've been chatting along. The lover, the hero, the magician, outlaw, explorer, the sage, the innocent, the creator, the ruler, the caregiver, the everyman, the jester. This training, for you to really have brought it home, you need to do this exercise. This is where it all really comes together. You really, really need to do this exercise. You really, really do. So I hope you are identifying which ones resonate with. If you have more than 5 resonating with you, please reduce it because you will get confused. Distill the differences. The aim of this training is for you to harness your archetype for maximum impact. And if you have too many archetypes you are dancing in between, you may get confused. But if you're able to own one, and you may even have trained yourself in your dominant archetype, if you're a very self-aware person, and you may want to go to your less dominant one or your recessive one to work on, or the one that resonates with you second place. But there needs to be at least one solid archetype that you really want to own. Remember at the start, we said, what is the goal? What is your goal? What is your goal? Okay. I am going to stop sharing my screen now. I hope you've taken notes or screenshots so you can refer to this later. You can go through it later. Yes, and there will be the video as well. So I'm going to stop share and read some comments, and I would appreciate some hands to come up before we wrap up. And the amazing Mrs. Gloria Amomo, who was even checking up on me have you rested? Ma, please drink something. She's going to close us out today. So Mrs. Amomo, get ready to give some closing remarks while I read some comments and we have some people who speak up. Okay. So let me see. Yes, Mr. Chike Ireoza. Chike. Mr. Chike. I think I have the lover and the magician archetype. Wow. Wow, that's amazing. And one thing to not think about, because I like how you've simplified it. How can you work with this for maximum impact in your classroom or within your role? How can you work it? So for example, I have a lover archetype. Now, whenever I meet with my clients, I must connect with them. I must connect with them. The parents, the children, I must find a way of connection. Once I found that area of connection, that is it. That is where I win from. That is what I use throughout the journey with the clients. Same thing with your children. Once you've connected deeply, not just a surface connection, but a deep connection, and you work it out. And in your case, magician archetype as well, then you get things done. Get things done in your classroom, within your role. Make sure you get it done because you already know how to. It drives you already. Faith Elijah said, I can't wait to have all the archetypes. Okay, so I've shared the screen. To know the percentage of dominant and recessive. Now you are the one to decide that. There's actually a technique to decide that. So say, and okay, I'll show you the technique shortly actually, before we close out. Mrs. Anakwe, oh, I miss you, Mrs. Anakwe. It's been long since I interacted with you. Mrs. Anakwe, along with Mrs. Oriaku and Lady D, taught in one of the Brains and Buttercups summer school. Amazing, amazing. She really gave her 200%. And she said she has a bit of a sage, a lover, a bit of caregiver. Okay, I think I've read this one, not power drug. Oh, maybe it was you logged in as Mr. Aderinde before. I like equality. Every man. Mr. Kominafe is asking, is it possible for the jester to crack up his students in class, but still stay within the context of what is being led or taught? Yes, yes, yes. Do you know that politicians use this? Orators, people who know how to speak, good pastors, oh, they use this as well. They will make you laugh. The important thing is for you as the jester not to laugh and forget yourself. You need to have a way of bringing it back. But when you make people laugh, you relax them. You bring attention back to the space, because some people travel. In the course of this, my training, some of you may have been thinking of what you're going to eat for lunch, or where you are going to get 50,000 naira from. If I had if I had some jester traits now, maybe I would have made you laugh. Or maybe in some way or some shape or form, I've made you laugh, I hope. Just if you can make people laugh, fantastic. Yes, it's very important. If you make your students laugh, nothing wrong with it. Oh, nothing wrong. Yes, they can be made to laugh, but then you also have to now bring it in very tactfully and carry everyone along, continue the journey of learning. Learning doesn't have to be serious, uptight all the time. You know, there needs to be fun. You need to enjoy the experience. And I hope you've enjoyed this training experience and learning about 12 archetypes. At least I know I have a sage archetype as well, as one of my archetypes. And for me, passing on knowledge and intelligence is important. So I'm happy that everyone on this call now knows the 12 archetypes. And it's somewhere in your head. How you revise it is another matter. How you go back to reflect on it, it's a different thing. But I know I have passed on that knowledge as well. Okay. So yeah, so that answers that question. Teresa wants me to throw more light on the ruler and creator archetype. Okay, I will do that. So just before I teach the technique on identifying which one you may be more of, I will quickly throw some more light on the ruler and the creator archetype. Mr. Onyema is saying, I think I have more of the magician. Get things done. Yes. Mathematics teacher, magician, and the caregiver. And I mean, you're perfect for year 7 class because they need that care as they manage settling into the senior school setting. So Adedolapo Esther, I think I'm more of a lover and a caregiver. So you want to connect deeply, intimately with others, and also give care, serve them. Okay, so Auntie Scholar, Mrs. Ekosimba says, please, Dr. Alu, is there a relationship? Oh, I love this question, ma. I really do. Is there a relationship between archetype and temperament? Temperament, a big yes, ma. Big yes. In fact, if you discover your archetype, you will understand your temperament even more. There is definitely a connection. And this is why, psychologists, psychiatrists, this is philosophers, this is what they study to understand human beings, because the diversity in humanity is astonishing, honestly. The differences, even in children, in people, and being able to relate with people, being able to lead people better, understanding these differences goes a very long way. So yes, ma, there's quite the connection between people's archetypes and their temperaments. Remember that we said the archetype is the original pattern. You didn't really, in fact, dare I say, you didn't even play a part in it. No, it was your nature, your nurture. God gave you that. That's the original pattern that God has given you as a person. That's the archetype, and it is connected to your temperament. A big one, yes. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so I didn't really get the outlaw. Okay, so I've seen one clarity on I think ruler, creator, and now outlaw. Okay, so that would be ROC rock. Okay, ruler, outlaw, and creator. Okay, could you throw more light on that, please? Sure, I can do that, Mrs. Anna Kwe. Mr. Fagbamiye Okpeyemi says he's more of a lover and explorer, caregiver, and sometimes an outlaw. So if you're working with Mr. Fagbamiye, no, now he has told you, sometimes he's an outlaw, but he's more of a lover and explorer and caregiver. Mrs. Anawakai, my very, very dear Mrs. Anawakai, friend and big sister, I am definitely the lover. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. You are a lover, ma'am. Let me, where is he gone to? Sorry, my It's like more comments just came through. I'll get my bearings shortly. I'm just scrolling down. Okay, yes. So Mr. Nawakai says she's definitely the lover. Definitely. And a little bit of the creator and caregiver. I love that. I really, really do. I think I have more. Mr. Nawakai, anytime I share a broadcast, she must connect with me. Definitely. I love it because I'm a lover as well. I love it. Martha said, I think I have more of the caregiver and every man. Oh, okay, that's for Mrs. Akuma. Mrs. Akuma is saying she thinks she has more of the caregiver and every man. Every man. Amazing. Okay, Joy. Joy said, I have the lover, caregiver, innocent, and everyman archetype. So, Joy, you've identified 4. And is this in the order of dominance? Miss Nena, another OSTRA sister of mine, and I'm happy to have more sisters on the team. I am more of a lover and a caregiver. Yes, you are. Ikena is saying, I can say I'm more of the innocence and the caregiver. How lovely, how lovely. Faith, who has shown her video for literally the whole time, says I have the lover, the creator, the caregiver, the jester, and a sprinkle of the outlaw archetype. I love that. Interesting. So leaders, know your teachers. This is Expo. So look at it very well. Esther Emmanuel is saying, I think I resonate with the innocent, the caregiver, and the creator. That's amazing, Esther. Really, really good. Hey, Mr. Chima. Mr. Chima says, at my core, he's a disruptor, thus an outlaw. So everybody know now, just know that is his dominance archetype. That's how his original pattern and wiring. Other traits in tow will be sage, and we can see that. Creator, explorer, hero. My 5 in ranking order. So can you see how everybody, you were writing your own a particular way? Can you see how Mr. Chima explained himself? So you can see it. You can see his archetype being harnessed for maximum impact. He clearly identified his core, told us the others in tow, and explained that this is in ranking order. Clarity was given there. He did his own in his own style. Chinemere says, I am very happy to be a part of this wonderful training today. I have really learned a lot. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you too for actively learning. I never knew my archetype before now. This seminar is a great discovery for me today. I'm grateful, Doctor. Amazing. Thank you, Chinemere. Thank you. And I would really love to know if you've identified some of your dominant archetype and some others. Mr. Pius is saying, I am more of a lover and caregiver. This is good. We have quite a number of lovers and caregivers. So yeah, you're in the right profession. You really are. I have a lover, Miss Gloria Osita Dimma says, I have a lover, explorer, and caregiver types of archetype, but the predominance is caregiver. I like that. I like the identification of your predominant archetype being that of a caregiver. And I'm sure that you are, with this increased and heightened awareness of your dominant archetype, you will own it and harness it for its maximum impact within your role. Mr. Bright says, I tend towards every man as my dominant. Mr. Bright, I want to see your face. Let me see. Where is Mr. Bright? Let me see this is the first person I think has identified every man. Mr. Bright, please say hello so I can easily.
Hello. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. So your dominance archetype, it sounds like every man is your dominant one.
Yes, yes.
Wow. Do you want to speak a little bit to that, or you don't want to?
Okay. Why I said that is I usually don't appreciate favoritism. When you have a class and you tend to favor some, you tend to favor, it usually creates chaos in class environment. So, and some other issues surrounding it. So that's why I said, I think I tend towards every man. Then outlaw a little. Because I grew up asking questions, so many questions. I always want to, why is this way? Why is the routine? Why can't we change it? So I grew up sometimes being tagged as the black sheep because you ask so many questions. Why should we go this way? Why should we keep on this direction? Let's try something new. Let's explore. Let's get to find out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. And that means, so can you tell us about what you teach, more about your role and you?
Okay, I teach ICT, year 8 and year 10, ICT and data processing.
Okay. Great, great. So I'm sure you are the kind of teacher that you want to make sure everyone is carried along and no one is left behind in your class.
Yes.
So both
make
the
sure
bright,
everybody is.
Yes. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to make sure everybody is carried along, nobody is left behind.
Yes.
So whatever medium I want to use to communicate with them, I have to use that medium to make sure even the least in class as they think should be part of what is happening in that particular class.
Yes, yes, which is great. So you won't feel because these are the children that are getting it, I will just focus on these children. No, everybody must move in your classroom. Wow, that is so good. Do you have a side hustle?
Ma?
You have a side hustle?
Yes, I'm a vocal trainer.
Oh, you're a vocal trainer. Amazing. Amazing. So what does that look like?
Having to understand how people's voice sound, how the voice sound, the textures of different voice, and how to make people sing better. Understanding the texture of their voice and how to use their voice properly.
Wow, wow, that is so good. So good. Thank you. That is great to know. My pleasure. My pleasure. Amazing. Okay. And Mrs. Folashade Ishedowo said, thank you so much, doctor, for this wonderful seminar. Thank you so much, ma'am. And you said you are more of a caregiver. That is amazing. Stella says, I'm more of the creator and explorer. And you create some wonderful things for us within the media team. Thank you so much, Stella. So much. Mr. Komalafe says, this training is mind-blowing, expository, and a great way for most of us to discover our personalities and traits. Thank you very, very much, sir. I'm grateful for your kind words. Ijoma says, I am more of a caregiver, Mrs. Wuji. Teresa is saying, I am more of the lover and hero archetype. Okay, that's from Miss Patience. That's from Patience. Mrs. Oriaku is saying she's dominantly a caregiver. So Miss Oriaku, it seems it is getting clearer. It's getting clearer now. You're dominantly a caregiver, explorer, and a little bit of a jester. Amazing. That is great. Mr. Oja says hero and a touch of jester. Great. Sandra is saying my dominant archetypes are ruler. I love that. You're a ruler. Power isn't everything. Power is the only thing. Own it. I love it. Ruler and hero. Caregiver archetype is something every teacher should have, because teaching demands that. And you know, the thing is, as a teacher, you would be a caregiver. Does not mean that it was your archetype. but you, as a teacher, you've had to learn it and you've had to express it. There are many things, many parts to us that we express that may not necessarily be our archetype, but having done it over time, you can actually reprogram. Okay, because teaching demands that. Spot on, Sandra, spot on. The job itself, oh, is a service. You can say that again. It is a service. Oh, Sandra, I love your comment. I really do. Teresa says, I think, oh, Teresa, I've lost it again. Let me see. Oh, somehow this thing just scrolls down. Teresa, okay, I think I'm more of a hero and caregiver and a bit of a lover. Mr. Komolafe said, I have the lover, caregiver, innocent, and everyman archetype. Wow, amazing. Evelyn says, I think I'm predominantly an explorer. Ah, Evelyn, let me see your face. Your class will be fun. Let me see, where is Evelyn? Or is it Evelyn or Evelyn?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon. Is it Mrs. Ogoji?
Yes, ma'am.
Amazing, amazing. Oh, your class will be fun if your dominant archetype is being an explorer.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, please, can we know you? Can I get to know you a little bit more? Your role, what you teach?
Okay. I'm Evelyn Ugoji. I'm an English teacher of year 7.
Okay.
What will I say now? I've enjoyed this seminar, really. It's like you know, coming to know more about myself and discovering new things.
Yeah.
And areas I can maybe do better. Yeah, which is what I aspire to do. So from all the archetypes we've learned today, I've seen my strengths and areas I should maybe pick up 1 or 2 things to make myself better and be that kind of a teacher that the students would want to relate to.
Yes.
So that's...
Wow, that is so good, Mrs. Ugoji. And you know, English is a very, very important subject. Very, yes, very foundational subject. Sometimes some people don't appreciate the value of English. I particularly like the strength of articulation that English can give you, should you take it very seriously as a subject. You know, being able to express, to communicate, to articulate your thoughts, to reflect and to put it out there. Communication with English is powerful. And for your year 7 children, if you have that predominant explorer archetype, oh, you can really take them on a journey with English. You really, yes, really can take them on a journey, even from creative writing, persuasive writing, so much more, reading comprehension. Oh, there's a lot. There's a journey they can go on. So you can actually really harness your explorer archetype to the benefit of your students.
I intend to do that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Ugoji. Great getting to connect with you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, so Miss Gilbert, I am more of a sage explorer. I can see it in your face, Gilbert. Yes, you like knowledge. I love it. I love that you're a sage and you're an explorer and a creator. Do you want to say something quickly to us, Gilbert? Do you have any comment? Would you want to say anything? I want to hear your voice. That's the long and short of what I'm saying. Let's hear from you. You've been very attentive. I've been watching, and I really like that.
Okay, man. Yes, it's been so interesting getting to know some of our, what I call it, our archetypes, of course, like you said.
Yeah.
Our original archetypes, the things that makes up our controls our behavior, our mindset,
yes,
our inclination, our interest, our passion, what gives us the passion to pursue our set goals. Now, but what I discovered here is that, like you said, one of these archetypes are very predominant. One must be very predominant. But for me, I struggle to separate the creator, the sage, and the explorer archetypes. Somehow, for me, it becomes like a mixture of, or combination, or a blend of these three archetypes. Yes. But somehow, you know, knowledge will help us to maximize what we think we have. But like you said, personally, I feel like none is superior to each other. But the only thing is we should just leverage on the advantage or the positive side of it, because the extreme of any of the type is also not good. So just try to maintain the balance. Then previously, from the things we've learned so far, beginning with okay, my name is Mr. Angon Adekibret, Science Department. I teach basic tech and technical drawing, and currently happen to be the Bachelor of Science by the grace of God. And what I have here from our first seminar was with Mr. Oriaku, and she talked more on effective. I mean, she talked more on classroom rules, education, understanding learners' perspective, and also types of learning environment, creating space for learning environment. And also they took our own, very, very interesting and very educative, talking about strategic planning, how we set our goals, plan our actions, and monitor and evaluation. Then Mr. Ray took us on effective communication skills and learning interpersonal skills also, telling us how we need to learn about online engagement rules and also adoption of technology and communication. And today we're here talking about archetype. Now, somehow I've come across materials like this previously, but somehow the way you presented this one is as if it's evolutionary. The investigation into how people behave, what drives their behavior, is a bit evolutionary. It started natively like this, this horoscope, something like that, trying to identify people by their birth month and how they behave. But this one is more of academic research work. She's very, very interesting also. Yes. Getting to know it. Try to help us also to leverage on the positive side of all of this. Thank you so much. It's very enlightening and
wow. Wow. This is what I wanted to hear from you. I can't have a sage and the sage is quiet, so I want to learn from the sage. And you know, I like what you said, that you have a blend, because that does happen, to be fair. It does happen where people have a blend. The reason why I've emphasized on the dominant one is just so people can focus, because sometimes it can be confusing, right? But if you do have a blend and you know you have a healthy blend, that's okay. So you can actually harness that blend a lot. So if two archetypes resonate with you almost of equal proportions, that happens. So I'm really glad that you brought that to the fore, that for you there is a blend of the dominant archetypes, and everything you said as well. Wow, thank you so much. It's been great hearing from you. Okay, so thank you, sir. So Chinyere said, I am more of the hero and magician archetype. I know that Chinyere gets stuff done, and there's no problem in Chinyere's world, though. I will solve that problem. I know that she's been, we pretty much even grew up together at some point. Amazing. So Elijah Faith said, my dominant is sage, magician, and everyman. Wow. Okay, so Faith, you have 3 dominant ones. Recessive is jester. That's so good. So good. Okay. Mrs. Upong or Miss Upong, Angela says, I'm more of a lover and caregiver. Chinemerim says, I think I'm more of a caregiver and a jester. Nice. Sister Nana says, thank you so much, ma'am, for helping me to dictate my archetype. God bless you, and more grounds to cover. Amen. Thank you, ma'am. Emmanuel says, I believe most people are jesters because without jesting, you can't get people's attention. And a little bit of rulers. I am a creator, sage, and explorer. Wow. So, by virtue of maturity and age and profession, you will exhibit some of the traits in each of the archetypes. But what you must remember in order not to get confused is that your original pattern? Is it really your original pattern? That you've acquired it and learned it and may have been able to reprogram your mind and behavior towards that trajectory doesn't necessarily mean it was your original pattern, but you could actually reprogram yourself into having that as a default, because your archetype is in your unconscious. It's not in your conscious. It is in your unconscious. Take that home with you today as you reflect on all that we have said. It is in your unconscious. Okay, now I now have to rush because it's 2:10 now, and I know the seminar is meant to be till 3, but I actually wanted to finish between 1 and 2 p.m. and now we're 2:10. So I know people wanted clarity on ruler, outlaw, and creator. So I'm going to really dash through it, but just be rest assured that you will get the link. Or Mrs. Amomo may say you only get the replay if you paid. That's Mrs. Amomo's own. No. So go and speak to her. If you want to get this link, if she says you have to pay to get the link, that is it. So better listen very well now as well. But also, if you really want to take this home with you, you do what Mrs. Amoma has said. Okay, so let me find the ruler. I think yes. So the ruler likes power. Yeah, the ruler's archetype just innately likes power. A ruler archetype is also a leadership archetype, very wired to lead, but really harnesses their power. They like power, and to like power is not a bad thing. To be drunk with power is what is a problem. But to like power, to like control, to be able to rule, to be a leader. In fact, at a senior leadership level, whether or not it's your archetype, you must exercise rulership. So that is the ruler archetype. But for some people, I once heard someone say in using Yoruba that abinibi is different from ability. Abinibi is you were born that way. It's different from, okay, I have the ability. Archetype is abinibi, is how they born you. Now how you be. That's your original pattern. That you now acquired an ability is a different matter. I'm emphasizing this so that we don't get confused. But I express this trait. Okay, you express this trait, but is that your original wiring, which is what the archetype, understanding the archetype is all about. So that is the ruler. Then the the outlaw. The outlaw just basically goes a different direction. That's it. They want freedom. They're radical. They may look like rebels. They like revolution. They can drive a revolution. They go a different direction. But like we said, the weakness can be they can now in this go in a different direction, just wander off to a dark side and can be criminals. So that's the weakness of the outlaw. And finally, I think it was the caregiver. The creator. Sorry, the creator. The creator archetype have the power of imagination. And sometimes you may confuse this with an explorer archetype. An explorer archetype, sometimes they also want to create, but they are actually trying to go on an adventure. So I'll give you an example. My husband is on this call. Before I got married, I prayed for someone that can cook. I don't hide it. I actually wanted to, because I say when I'm pregnant, I want my husband to cook. I can't be pregnant and I like enjoyment. I can't be pregnant and be disturbing myself up and down. God gave me a husband that likes to cook as well. When my husband wants to cook, he's on an adventure. He's on an adventure with whatever it is that he's cooking. Sometimes it will come out well, other times, yeah, but most times actually it comes out 9 out of 10 times. It's not 10 out of 10 actually. Comes out amazing. So I'm like, is he creating here or is he exploring? Because at the start, does he really know what he wants? He actually does. So there's the creator side, but there's also an explorer side. But they can be confused. Now, the difference is that the creator has the power of imagination. Has the power of an imagination, of imagination. It's an inventor. It's creating. Very close to what our Heavenly Father did in the book of Genesis. Created. Yes. So the creator archetype has this dominantly in them. While the explorer is going on an adventure, they're enjoying that journey. There's a book called The Alchemist. The Alchemist was basically, his name was Santiago in the book. And Santiago was on a journey. He was on a journey. And the whole book is about the journey and not necessarily focusing on the destination, but enjoying the journey. Enjoying the journey. That's the explorer for you. They're on a journey and enjoying the milestones along the journey. Now, I did say I was going to teach a technique, and I will very quickly teach the technique to shortlist. So you have 12 archetypes. So let me see if I can draw. Where is that tool? Okay. This is so. See, you can see me. You can see this blue line, right? So you will see. You will look at the 12 archetypes, and you will see between the lover and the hero, which one am I more of? Am I more of a lover or a hero? If you're more of a lover, you put 1 next to the lover. Then you will say, okay, between the lover and magician, am I more of a lover or a magician? If it's still lover, you put another 1 here. Am I more of a lover or an outlaw? If it so happens that you're more of an outlaw, you put 1 here. By the time you are done, you will then add them up, and you see the one that had the most. You can't have more than 12. So that's a process of shortlisting. You compare each one to the rest of the others, right? And go along that journey and then calculate at the end. Some will even have outright 0. So that's a process of shortlisting. I hope you caught that. Now, this is where we bring it to a close. Okay, do we have Lady D, we've not heard your voice. So, okay, let me read. Let me see. Lady D said, let me. Lady D, where are you? Let me. Okay, let me.
Sorry, I'm here.
Okay, I want to add your pin. I'm looking. Okay, please keep speaking.
Oh, I should speak? Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Okay, when you see what I put in the comment section, learn about various archetypes, which is so important. The first thing, before I now mention my own, it's a good thing because this way we see it in us and we see it in the children. So, you know, it will help me now as a person dealing with different type of children with these different archetypes that they have, to be able to relate to them. So that, you know, I'm not expecting a jester to behave like a caregiver or to like a ruler. I should know that that is something in the child, and it's not in my position to suppress that. I have to just guide the child in the right way to excel, because it's like something that God has already placed in that person. So it will help me to be able to understand the difference I'm handling in the class or in the body, and how to differentiate if I want to teach them or to carry out instruction to meet all of them at one point. Then as a person, I'm a ruler. I'm a creator. The creator is a highly dominant thing in me. And then I'm a caregiver. And I have I know when people are around me, I always like, I just want you to be happy. Even if there's error, how do you help that person to channel it? Because it's possible there's something wrong with the person. So, you know, I don't expect everybody to behave the way I am. And those who are, I have that, I'm a jester as well. In fact, even in the midst of the storm, I will try to just say something for everybody to make you feel relaxed and go with. And when I'm talking of creator, I think critically, you know, there is I'm looking at something. It may be green. My mind will be telling that no, this thing can be also blue. What of, I would just imagine, okay, what if you merge this and this together? This can happen. And immediately my mind may seem impossible, but I know even as I'm sleeping, my brain is working on that answer. And truly, when it's coming out best. So that's the strongest dominant archetypes. And I'm so happy for this training.
Wow.
It's mind-blowing. It's just like self-discovery, and then, okay, I'm having all these more, what can I do best? Which one is my dominant? This I can work on to bring the best out from me. So thank you so much, Dr. Alo.
Wow.
And I'm sorry. I'm in the office, so my students are in the hall, so they be coming in, going, so I have to
go on video.
So yes, please.
No problem. I love what you said about this training will really help you understand the children, your students in the boarding house better. And this is why this training is good for teachers, because our children are still young. They too are discovering themselves. They are discovering themselves, and we are also helping them as well, because we are older, we are wiser, we are more, wiser, a different story, but we're more mature, and we can help them discover themselves more. They are still at the age where they've not necessarily been sort of, should I say, diluted or, maturity forced upon them. So they are closer to their original pattern. Really, they really are. So I like that you said that this would actually help us identify. Even I'm speaking and I'm like, I need to even tune into my own children, my own biological children's archetype, and really help them to harness it so much. So I love that you made that point and that you identified your dominant archetype and also the other archetypes that you have. So good to hear from you. So good. And thank you for all that you do for OSTRA schools and behind the scenes with OSTRA Consult. Amazing.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, ma'am. Awesome. So we have Esther said, good afternoon, doctor. Please, what's the best measure in in working with a child with the archetype of an outlaw and a jester? So I think I already spoke to the one of the outlaw, where you need to reason with them. You need to communicate with that child some more. Don't condemn them. You can correct them, but don't condemn. And even when you correct, it's always connection before correction. You cannot effectively correct a child you have not connected with. If you are just correcting and you haven't connected, forget it. You must connect before you correct. Then your correction will enter. Now, with the jester, you need to know how to play. If you have jesters, oh my goodness, laugh with the jester, play with them. Now, what you will do by that is you have shown them that, okay, I know how to play too, right? So when I tell you it's time for us to be serious, let's be serious, because you want to be a successful person. You are here to also learn. Okay, how can we now sort of rein it in and let's put some learning? And even when you're now bringing them back to learn, you make it fun. Don't make it too uptight. Don't make it boring. Dance. Find a way. Ask God to give you an idea. He will give you a creative, fun way of passing this information to the child, right? But do play with them. Again, is that connection. Connect with the child through their archetype, because that's what they naturally enjoy. That's how they are naturally wired. Connect with them and then try and make the learning fun for them. There will be times of discipline. There will be times to be firm. But if that is what you're doing all the time, then you might lose the essence of that child. And many people sometimes have lost their essence. Your archetype is also a part of your essence. It's part of who you are, which is why it's important that we own it. At this point, I'm going to bring it to a close, but I cannot do without getting some words from my mom. I'm sure my archetype, whether it's my father's own or my mother's own, I don't know which one was the dominant one, but they are there. I'm a mixture of both of them. So it will be great to hear from my mom. I know many of you call her mommy as well, but we know who her daughter is. But don't worry, all of you are my sisters and brothers. So mommy, it would be great to hear from you before Mrs. Amomo closes us out.
Okay. I pray that this thing will stay for some time. Well, I think that of your dad is dominant. Okay. I want to, I'm not the one to give vote of thanks, but I want to appreciate the unseen hand behind it, because I know Saturday, your busiest day. You, as early as 8, the children are either taken to swimming pool and for swimming lessons, which is, compulsory, and then going back to the body house to pick prints. So Saturday is a handful. In fact, when I called your husband, he said he was in the shopping area, shopping. So I want to say kudos to all of them for allowing you to speak for 4 hours. Maybe I'm a caregiver. I was already thinking of my teacher's tummy. I said, I said 3 p.m. is too far because we are not physically, seated. So for you on and on and on. I know if we give you 6 hours to talk, that is who you are. And as well, you enjoy doing it, and because you are passionate about giving and imparting, knowledge. So, and I'm not saying this because you are my daughter. I'm saying it. I mean, it's the same thing I would say, even if it's someone, else. So I am, in fact, I feel so frustrated today. All the Wi-Fi's in the house, I brought one from left. I brought brain and butter zone. There's no Wi-Fi in Aubrey. Right now I'm using IMA zone. So I've been in and out of the whole thing. And so I cannot tell you that I actually followed everything. But then, coming back to the teachers, in fact, I think I'm a caregiver and I love her. I insisted that they must collect salary yesterday, so that today they will not complain they don't have money for data, and then some of them will not be. So I'm happy that happened yesterday. So I want to also commend the fact that if it was money, wanted to do this thing together in one place, but we needed a gadget, and that gadget won't cost us less than 250, 300. And so we had to, you said no problem, let's just do it and let videos be on. So one, I want to say thank you again to your husband for allowing you to spend these 4 or 5 hours while he's busy. And I know you are jumping out straight to go and pick the boys. So we are grateful. Thank you very much. And to all the teachers, especially those of you who really followed and concentrated. See, this is knowledge is power. And this is what I want all of you to do. Let's do these things passionately. See, you have to, like you said, it's a journey. And so for some of us who have devoted today, I know Saturdays, maybe you have weddings, you have that and all of that. But the fact remains that you have acquired something today. And so let's go back. So what I want to say, the assignment I'm going to give, every department, I don't know how many departments we have. I will ask Lady D. They should come up, they should write detailed, they should pick two archetypes and give us who they are, what they do, and then relate it to some of the classroom setting. They will come together and then have it as a project. Or else, we're just taking a stroll here. If they don't come together at the end of the day to say this is what we have found out. So that's my assignment, that every department, like I gave on information, communication, I also asked us about strategy. And I'm waiting for the right time. I will ask for those things. And if I don't get it, let's just pray not to, I will not say anything here, but I know that it will not be disobeyed. HODs, SLT, management team, they will ensure that we cannot be doing all of this. Some of you may not know what goes into this training. So again, on behalf of the management, which I know you are part of and all of that, we're saying thank you for your time, very precious time. Saturdays, I say, I'm always around. And this time around that I decided to take a long break, not come over. So thank you very much, and thank you for all the team. I know I can't say much more than what we've gained so much. I have the little in and out I did, I know that this is something that I want a repeat. And the repeat, maybe it will be a bit physical, somehow. And that's why if the SLT or the various departments, that them come up with like a project, they will go and do it. And then even one of these seminars, they present it.
Yes.
We don't have to sit together on Saturday. I mean, once in a while during staff meeting, one of us can come up and talk and say something,
Yes.
So let's thank you very much for your time. Thank you for the time you took into the research. Thank you.
Wow. Greater thanks to you, Mommy. I like that you've emphasized what we do after this training, because that's what really matters, so that we've not had an exercise in futility. What you do with what you have learned today really is where the matter is. That is what is important. So the homework that Mommy has given is really important. I'm actually going to go back and actually really sit down and reflect and study this all over again for my children, for people that I interact with, for the business. I really want to study this. Like I said, children are the closest to their original pattern, because they've not let age and life experiences really sort of come into the mix. So thank you so much, Mommy, for emphasizing the importance of what we do after this. Thank you so much. And it's even making me understand my mother better, my spouse better. So I'm really hopeful that has been your experience as well. I want to say a big thank you just before I hand over to Mrs. Amomo. Thank you so much, everyone. I'll just quickly read out what Joyce said. Thanks for taking us through you went to do your homework. Carl G. Jung's archetypal approach to enable us discover our inherent traits, especially the dominant ones, acknowledge and accept our strengths, and identify and refine areas for improvement as we journey through our teaching profession. This will help us relate more, and dare I say better, communicate effectively with our students. Thank you, Joy. It's great to see that your response went to Harvard. Amazing. Thank you so much, everyone, for your kind words. I'm so grateful. Mrs. Amomo, I yield the mic to you.
Thank you, everybody. God bless us. Thank you all for your active participation and engagement throughout this training session. I hope you found the content informative, insightful, and useful for your professional growth. Remember, the key to success lies in applying what you have learned today. So go out there and make a positive impact in the lives of children and people. Special thanks to our facilitators, our own amiable Dr. Alu, for sharing our expertise and guiding us through this journey of teacher archetype of maximum impact. Your dedication and passion for teaching are truly appreciated, ma. May God continue to inspire and guide you with innovative ideas. Amen. May God's wisdom continue. May God's wisdom and creativity continue to flow through you, ma'am. May God continue to bless you with fresh insights and ideas. May God's guidance and inspiration continue to shape your thoughts and ideas. May God continue to pour out the wisdom and creativity upon you. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen. As we close this training, we encourage us to stay connected, share your experiences, and support one another in your continued development. You are now a part of a community that is committed to excellence and making a difference. Thank you once again, and we wish you all the best of future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Amomo. Wow. Thank you so much. With that being said, I will be closing this room at the count of 3, 2, 1. Thank you all.